Hey. Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Well, I just wanted to let everyone know there won't be any interruptions tonight, I hope. My grandson is staying at his Meemaw's house. So he's not here, so he shouldn't. Well, that one's not here. The other grandson's here, but he's only 9 months old, 10 months. No, he'll be November. He'll be a year, so September, October. So he's 10 months old now. So but he's sleeping, so he won't be up. His mom is here too, so she can take care of it if there's a problem. But I just want to thank everybody and apologize for last night and let you know that I will be making it up to you tonight. We are going for 3 hours, a little longer than 3 hours, about 3:15, somewhere around there, 3 hours and 15 minutes. And if we do end up going any longer, if we do hit a goal or anything like that happens, we'll extend the show beyond there. That's why I started an hour early tonight, because that way at midnight, we'll pretty much have cleared up what I owed you from last night for all the people that donated last night. So I want to thank you. Thank everyone who donated for all the memberships and everybody. Brian Ogden, Brian Oldenkamp, SB Farmer, and then all the other people who donated. Sorry I don't have your names all written down. Somewhere I do have it, but I don't have it right now. I do have a list. I'm not tracking it or anything like that, though, so don't think that. But anyway, we're going to jump right in. We're going to get started with the stories. Last night I was just getting ready to get into the stories about the protests that are going on and why they're connected to, in my opinion, the teachers' unions. We're going to get into that. And there's a couple stories from last night we're going to hit, and then we're going to get into tonight's stories, and we're going to go. So here we go. Well, first, let me say hi to everybody. Forgot about that. We got Catherine K. How you doing? Yay, Jim Monsoon. Jules. Hi, Jules. So glad you could join us live. And Sylvia. Hi. Lisa. How you doing? Sharon. Brian Ogden, thanks, buddy, for being here. Sharon Taylor, sorry, I got you already. Node, what's up? Yay. Lynn, how you doing? Phil Coggins. Kelly, well, I'm glad it's your favorite show. I'm glad we can, JD, what's up? Well, yeah, and Catherine says, hi, Jim, hi, chat. Well, hi, everybody, yes. So we're going to get right into this. We're gonna get rolling here. Rolling as best we can. I don't know, I always do this. Chords always I got to get a better chord system. I tell you, because it's really getting in my way. But anyway, so hey, Daniel Gagax, how you doing tonight, buddy? How's it going? So Ted Cruz asks, all these protesters are white. What is the percentage of African American population in D.C.'s highest crime neighborhoods? What does it tell you? Most likely victims of D.C. violent crimes aren't marching in protest. It's interesting because you got this right here. All right, we got this. It says, just now protesters flood the streets of D.C. to protest for President Trump's federal takeover. We're gonna look. We're gonna take a peek here. Why is my computer going slow? It shouldn't be really slow. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do tonight? I totally forgot to share these out on Twitter. I screwed up. I didn't do a. Hold on, give me 1 second. Forgot to share these out on the Twitterverse. The Twitterverse. I didn't do it. I didn't share them out on Twitter. My bad. I screwed this up, man. I screw up. I totally forgot to share it out, and that's probably bad. So, my bad. My bad ski. All right. You even shared on Twitter already? Yeah, I didn't. I normally do it, and I didn't. And I don't know. I share out the. So Philip Cogg says, "Are we covering how all these protests are foreign funded insurgencies, mainly from the CCP?" Well, I have the facts that they're like a lot of it's coming from the teachers unions and unions. So yeah, but there is funding coming from overseas too. But this is mainly about why these are all mainly women that are between the ages of like 40 and 65, 70 that are out there, and they're all white. It's because they're all teachers union members. They're all old teachers unions. That's right. That's why if you remember all these protests, the No Kings, all that stuff was happening all summer long during the summer. But then as soon as the school year started, they had to move them to just weekends. So, oh, for the goal, $1.99. Well, that's appreciated, but there is what I forgot to say is the goal tonight's a little different because I owe over an hour from last night. So I set it for 3 hours out. So if we hit it, we'll add another hour onto the 3.5 or whatever it's going to be around there. If we don't hit the goal, we're going to end probably around 12:15, 12:30. If we hit a goal, then we'll add an hour to that and stuff. So we'll go from there because it's going to be a minimum of 3 hour or something show tonight, no matter what. But I really appreciate it, Jules. Thank you very much. I'll adjust the banner now for that. So we have $73 away. For Bella Vision activated for a $25 donation, which I should just put Bella on, kind of, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Yeah, the Walton family's paying for it too, and it's coming. Money's coming from all different places, but mainly it's the teachers' union is what I'm seeing. Mainly the teachers' union was I'm seeing. Mhm. She just said, "Can I clean up your streets?" DC residents say, "Sure," and Democrats, because she's not interested. It's basically like, we've seen that before. So, busted. Anti-Trump protesters caught loading buses in D.C. Protesters are caught loading buses after a day of professional AstroTurf protests. So, here they all are. This is them, and you can all see, that looks like a teacher. That looks like a teacher. That looks like a teacher. Looks like a teacher. They're all teachers. Hmm. Hmm. It's too bad there wasn't somebody going from bus to bus asking which bus is this. I can't find the one heading to XX. Do you know where it is? That you'll find out whether the paid protesters are coming from. Oh, could be. Hmm. This is you thought USAID funded the money for the protest would slow down. There's the teachers unions have spent like one of the teachers unions spent like $50 million supporting this crazy shit in the past 2 years. That's basically like 80% of their money that they collect in dues and everything goes for this shit, not for actually wages, not for getting people better stuff, not for benefits or anything. It's for this shit. Yeah, another reason to keep your kids out of public schools, definitely. Rumble rant. Oh, that's right. There was a Rumble rant last night too. Breck Nichols says the solution to your cord problems is Bluetooth, maybe sort of. I don't know if it would work. There was I saw at last night. I think it was West Pro last night, or what's his name? Was it West Pro? Web Pro did a $20 super Rumble rant last night, and I didn't see it. And I just want to say thank you. I caught it when I was ending the stream, and I apologize for not seeing it. I completely apologize, but thank you, Breck Nichols, for the $5 Rumble rant. That will come off the goal. Mm-hmm. Hey, Sylvia, how you doing? Protesters have stormed the streets of Chicago ahead of a surge in federal agents. Many old white liberal women spotted in the crowd. I don't know. Is this computer? I don't know. This video looks like they added this. This looks fake. You know how fast they're moving all like this, almost like it's AI, or it's like just speeded up. And the sound is not there. So I'm calling this as bullshit right here. This is a bullshit generated video from Freedom News. I mean, watch the way the people are moving and the sound, how clear it is. It's like double speed or something. They're all like, and the sound is added. The sound was added. I'm calling bullshit on this video. Brian Ogden with $5 says they need a bigger library. Even with AI, it looks like a nothing burger. It's weird, isn't it? There's something going on with this video, though. This is not legit. This video is not legit. You can look at the way all the people are moving. It sounds like people are chanting in a room, exactly like they recorded this on a sound system and played it over the video. Like this is propaganda. That's what this is. This is propaganda. It's gaslighting and propaganda. They need a bigger library, definitely. Thank you very much, Brian Ogden, for the $5. We'll take that off the goal. And 3. Looks like they sped up a 10 frames a second security camera. It's weird, whatever they did, and they added the audio. The audio is not coming from this crowd. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't look. Maybe we should look and see if we can spot if there's anybody duplicated in the crowd. Like if there's multiple, if they put people in multiple places.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
I'm calling bullshit on this. Boomer Democrats, hand off our criminals, hands off our criminals, keep our criminals safe. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. This person says all these protesters are white, indicating they're being paid by Soros and his devil disciples. Imagine being that stupid, protesting the safety of many Americans. The left has truly gone to hell and back, as anything that is good has become evil to them. Hey, Steve, how you doing? It's definitely dubbed, and it's definitely sped up. The video is definitely tampered with. Steve Hilliard, how you doing, buddy? You wonder if it's January 6th video that's been doctored? It could be. Who knows? It could be. Sometimes they have a cell phone count for the protests. You haven't seen any. I haven't seen any either, and that usually shows like it's the same people going. Like that's how they knew. Like basically those No Kings protests, they tracked them. It was the same cell phones that were at all the Kamala rallies that were bust people. They know the people were bussed in and paid to go. So these old ladies will join the gangs and fight the National Guard. You're going to need popcorn when it happens. Yeah, me too. What do you notice about all these people marching against Trump in D.C.? Let's see if this is the same kind of, this is the same Freedom News Net. Let's see if this is the same kind of doctor stuff. Well, they're moving much slower in this video. Huh. Wow, and the sound is completely different, isn't it? The sound is way off. It's like not even, you can barely hear them. Hey, what's up? Let's go, Brandon. How you do? $200, you can join what? You can join the protest for $200, or you can join the National Guard, or you can join the gangs. What's up? What's up? Let's go, Brandon. How you doing? Well, the thing with tonight's, Brandon, is we don't really have Let's Go. We don't. The goal is kind of secondary because I owe an hour and 15 minutes from last night. So I just put it out there. If when we get to 12:15, if we had hit the goal, then I'll to the protest. Oh, they'll pay you $200 to join, more than likely. So if we hit that, then I'll continue on the show. If not, then we'll just go for like a 3.5 hour show or something like that, and then I'll call it a night. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This person says, why are all these protesters white and 60 years plus of age? Very interesting. Oh, this is why. Look, this is why. Free DC, more crime, please. Blue State Tours, free DC. You want what back exactly? Crime is down 50%? What? This is what's going on, though. This is paid white protesters. See below for proof. This is from 5 Calls app. So this is an app, all right, that says stop the deployment of U.S. military to police Americans. After deploying the National Guard to assist the federal deportation operations in Los Angeles and crack down on non-existent crime wave in Washington, D.C. Yeah, the non-existent crime wave. Yeah, that's why the crime is reduced. You know, it's 1/3 or whatever, a quarter what it was. But it was non-existent. Trump is now expanding the use of military to conduct domestic law enforcement. On August 25th, Trump signed an executive order to create specialized units within the National Guard that would specifically be trained and equipped to deal with public order issues and assist local, state, and federal law enforcement in quelling civil disturbances. That's what actually the National Guard's job is. Trump administration is now planning to expand troop deployments across 19 states. I want to bring it to all 50 states. He's repeatedly threatened a full military occupation of Chicago. No, he hasn't. That's a lie. Trump administration is manufacturing threats of an imaginary crime wave to justify the use of U.S. military for domestic law enforcement. Wow. This is what they think, you know. This is what they think, people. What they think. This is crazy. What they think. They're nutsos. Why are all the protests all whites and the blacks are the primary demographic? Because they are paid protesters from God knows where. Black or African American is 42.5%. White is 36%. Hispanics 11%. Right, but yet all these protests in D.C. were all white people. Weird. There could also just be federal. Could be for other types of union members if they're not. Here's this, which I wanted to bring up. I have this. Teachers union organizing anti-Trump protests. You can just go on. There's nothing interesting over Chicago right now, according to ADSB data. That's it. Yeah. Chicago. Well, they have an operation. They just announced it today, I think, called Operation Midway Blitz or something like that. Midway Blitz, I think it's called. And that's Chicago. That's kicking off. And then they also have one in Boston called Patriot 2.0, which we'll get into both of those. No one else cares. So the teachers union, including the American Federation of Teachers, are organizing protests against Donald Trump's policies, particularly in response to his attempts to dismantle the Department of Education, cuts to public health education. These protests, such as the No King's Day, aim to mobilize educators and communities to advocate for democracy and oppose authoritarianism. No, and this started. This is still going on, though. Teachers unions across the country are actively organizing the protests against the policies. AFT president spoke. Their opposition to education cuts, lawsuits, and unions have organized marches and rallies to voice their opposition to cuts in education and policies affecting immigrant students. See? Collaboration with various civil society groups have strengthened the protests, making them some of the largest demonstrations in U.S. history. I don't think so. I don't think they're the largest, no. Believe it or not, the anti-war protests in the 70s was huge, millions of people. And they still didn't have enough to push back and end the war. They're focusing on immigration policies, protests against aggressive immigration enforcement in schools and impact students and families. It's not just that, they're anything. So here they all are, basically. Here's the pictures. How teachers are confronting the second Trump era. This is all them, all right? Then here's the press releases from the actual teachers union. This is the American Association of University Professors. They unite to challenge Trump. And it says, in Massachusetts, they issued a preliminary injunction halting the Trump's effort to dismantle the Department of Education. Got overturned. So here it is. Focus on students' cuts, all that stuff. All right, here is Union Track. Unifying labor union news. Labor union education unions push back against Trump's Department of Education cuts. Oh, look at that old white lady. Look familiar? I bet you we could find her in the crowd of people out there marching right now. That's right. Remove the unions from the federal government employees. That's right. Let them protest all they want. So they're right here. They're asking the Supreme Court to allow them to dismantle the Department of Education. They said it was okay. AFT has been at the forefront of the opposition because the AFT is nothing but a Democrat political machine. That's all it is. Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars have gone. It's from Fox News. NEA Teachers Union member was told fighting Trump was more crucial than reading and writing. That's right. More important that they're out there fighting Trump than actually educating kids. Just like it was more important that they stay home and collect checks instead of going back to school when they needed, during the whole COVID thing. Hey, Pat Hacker, what's up? Nice to see you. How's it going? Rachel Boom, good to see you too. They're going to be
There are questions about the true priorities of America's largest union and the people responsible for teaching our children. Earlier this month, the National Education Association hosted their annual assembly. And the main focus was not on bringing up America's failing test scores for preparing our kids for the future. Oh, no. It was all about fighting President Trump. I mean, I know they can spell TDS because they've got it. Just listen to this firsthand account from the Free Press. Quote, One convention delegate from Texas summarized the NEA's business items by telling me the response that a friend of hers got while trying to talk to other union members about the best ways to, bless you, Emily, to teach reading and writing. We don't have time for that. We've got to fight Trump, her friend was told. And some of the NEA's approved business items included $3,500 to defend democracy against, quote, Trump's embrace of fascism, support for and participation in anti-Trump protests, opposition to ISIS, quote, kidnappings of student leaders. And the organization's president left no doubt about her support for DEI.
We cannot fear the future. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Say the words. Say the words. Say you are powerful.
Say the
You are
words.
the NEA. Hold your head high. Hold your head high. NEA. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Hold your head high.
Wasn't that a song? Hold your head
Look,
up.
at least you have a problem with anybody
hold
going
your
near
head
kids
up.
that doesn't know that the
Whoa,
words,
hold your head high.
the word is not two syllables.
Oh yeah, like very good
Words up.
pointers. Yes. So everything you were talking about, I'm listening to it going, this is an exact reflection of something that my family experienced personally. This was during COVID. My son was a freshman in high school and he was, in our living room in his freshman class. And I'm listening to the teacher all of a sudden start talking about the Fox News Channel and some of our hosts and saying very negative things. And I went, are you in a journalism class now? What class are you in? And he said, this is geography. And then he said to me, Mom, I can't say anything because I can't look like a Trump supporter.
Oh,
and I said,
man.
you're a
What?
freshman in high school. You're not supporting anything. You're going to school. And he said, I can't even look like I am. And I said, there are kids on that Zoom, Mario, whose parents voted for Trump
Amen.
and they're listening. And he said, I know, but I can't say anything and they can't say anything either. And it was at that time that I realized it was an incredibly rude awakening about what has happened to the public school system, which I'd always
I was
believed
just
in.
checking the
So
camera.
I have to ask this follow. Your son's concern was about the embarrassment, about pushback from whom? The fellow students or the faculty?
I think a little bit of both for sure. And as a freshman, I didn't, because he was a freshman going into a new school, I didn't want to push him and I wasn't going to go to the.
All right. So yeah, so we got that point, right? Then we got this here. Watch. This right here. Nation's two largest teachers union funneled nearly $50 million to left-wing groups, Watchdog report says. Public union expert told Fox News that the NEA spends less than 10% of its budget on representational activities. What that means is that 90% or more of its budget goes for this crap. They just, they don't actually spend it on what the whole point of the union was supposed to be, to make its members' lives better and to work to get them better pay, better working conditions, stuff like that, benefits. No, they're just taking all the money and they're spending it on this, and it's ridiculous. That money should be going for their benefits. They should have like programs and retirement plans, annuities, different things that money should be going for, not this. Of course, it's AOC, and they want to pay them more money. Democrats are crafting legislation to hike the salaries of teachers because that's how it works. You see, they take all this money in, they give it to Democrat politicians and left-wing causes, and then Democrats give them more money. It's just a big, handing money and coming around in a circle, and you hand them this money, they take it, give it to this person, they hand it back to this person, they take some of it, and then, but the people who get screwed is the kids. Yeah. The funds never reach the schools. It's right. Never do. They spend all this money. It goes to administrators. I was like, hey, Taylor, what's up? Hello, Jim Somniacs. How's it going? Yeah, so it says, a trend in declining membership since the Supreme Court struck down mandatory union dues. The two largest teachers unions have poured tens of millions of dollars into left-wing causes. The National Nonprofit Group Defending Education released a report this week after combing through the NED and AFT's contributions to left-wing and far left groups. I just call them all far left groups. They're all far left. The nonprofit found that the two unions spent a combined $43.5 million since 2022 to help fund state and federal political action committees and other ideological left-wing entities, such as DC think tanks. And I'm sure this year and last year and this year, a whole bunch of that money went to these protests. You know, they probably write it all off and everything and say, well, it's trips for our members. We're getting buses to take our members here on a field trip to protests and stuff. It's clear that the teachers' union's priorities are advancing far left policies and radical social justice issues, not educating children. It's a slap in the face to families and teachers who want to focus on helping students improve reading and math skills. It's time Congress stops acting like this obscene retribution of public monies to advance left-wing identity politics is a good thing to do, because it's not. Yeah, it's not. So that was a story I promised I would get to yesterday, and I didn't, so I want to get to it. And now this is another story that was from yesterday that I didn't get to, but I wanted to make sure I got to it. It says, in January 2021, incoming Staff Secretary Jess Hertz wrote a memo to Biden citing precedent from the Obama administration, arguing that his original signature should be used for pardon letters. By January 2025, he was not doing that, including for members of his own family. No, it was based on a precedent from the Obama Biden regarding which documents generally are hand signed. You personally approve and hand sign decisions that require presidential action. The proposed categories are as follows: congressional bills, veto messages, State of the Union addresses, personalized correspondence, mass casualty, military condolence letters, presidential freedom, Medal of Freedom citations, Medal of Honor citations, departure photos, and also presidential commissions, cabinet level commissions, pardon letters, and other ceremony, other documents that you choose to hand sign. But those are the ones that you're supposed to be signing. And hey, Jay Leap God, how you doing tonight? It's right. Give it that good old thumbs up. If everyone could go ahead and give it the good old thumbs up, that would be a great thing. We got like 38 thumbs up and 65 people watching, so we could do a little better. We could do a little better on that. We could, Yeah, so Biden is screwed. Well, we're screwed as a country because of all this stuff, but who knows? We'll see if we get it fixed. Yeah. And here's that full AutoPen memo. Basically says all the stuff here. Send it to all these people. So you can see who got it. Ron Klain, Jen O'Malley Dillon, Bruce Reed, Ann Tomasini, and all this stuff. It basically just lists out everything saying what they were supposed to do. They didn't do any of it, Mm-hmm. And then proposes general guidelines which documents should be hand signed by you and which documents may have your signature affixed using the AutoPen. They ignored all of this. So it kind of makes you wonder, was Biden even aware that any of this was going on? And the memo shows Biden's own staff argued that president should be physically signing pardons. Oh, wait, there's there's another part of this that was supposed to be a part of this that I don't see. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I don't see it here. Anyway, all right, never mind. I don't know. I must have lost it somewhere. Okay, so here we go. James Comer says internal White House memo shows Biden's own staff argued that the president should be physically signing pardon letters. In the final days, Joe Biden wasn't signing pardons, not even those for his own family. Thousands of pardons went out. Joe Biden, the AutoPen president. Mm-hmm. Hey, Karen O, how you doing? What's going on? Kofefe pen, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Hitting that like button is free. It really helps the channel. Really does. Hey, I am Bob. How you doing tonight? Nice to see you. And here, this is the problem, though, is because this is what Democrats believe. Sam Harris said, "I would rather have a president in a coma where the duties of the presidency are executed by a committee of just normal people." This is the Democrats. They don't believe in this country. They don't believe in America. They don't believe in the Constitution. They don't believe in any of this stuff. We got a story that's coming up about the Democrats are actually a new poll came out. Democrats are they're tired of capitalism. They want socialism. Mhm. Here's what,
possible that he was just it's, I think it's quite possible that he was just checked out to a degree that I did not suspect at the time. But to close the loop on this whole scandal, even that is preferable to me and to I think many Democrats than having someone who we consider to be genuinely evil, genuinely 100% purposed to serving himself in the office of the presidency. I would rather have a president in a coma where the duties of the presidency are executed by a committee of just normal people, right? So that's the choice that many of us believe was before us, and so therefore, not much materially changes once you reveal just how insane and despicable this cover-up of Biden's infirmities actually
But Sam,
was.
but how you get there matters. And it would be one thing if those people told the American people, hey, he's not compos mentis. We're going to take it from here.
Yeah.
We know what we're doing. We're fine. But that didn't happen.
no, it didn't happen.
I mean,
Yeah.
just this.
Yeah. And it was run by committee. Yeah. And that's that's how all communist countries are run, by committee. The committee decided. It's not a person. It was the committee. You can't. You just can't. Yeah. So that's where that is. And, my opinion, Sam Harris should never be taken seriously. No one should ever remember this Sam Harris revelation from just a few years ago, no matter how much money he has now or how clever he is. The man is deranged. Hunter literally could, yeah, remember this one? This was another. Hunter literally could have had corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared. A clip of the Triggered Pod interview featuring Sam Harris is going viral. He says it was warranted for reporting about Hunter's business dealings to be censored. Yeah.
I mean, Hunter Biden, at that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared, right? It's like, there's nothing. First of all, it's Hunter Biden, right? It's not Joe Biden. But even if whatever scope of Joe Biden's corruption is, like if we could just go down that rabbit hole,
whatever
endlessly
corruption like Joe Biden has, like all the money from
he's getting
China and
kickbacks from
Ukraine
Hunter
and
Biden's
kickbacks.
deals and
How did
Ukraine
Hunter
or wherever
Biden get
else,
on the
right?
board of
For
Amtrak?
China. It
How did that
is
happen?
infinitesimal compared to the corruption.
Yeah. So see, that's these guys. All right. And then the Fox News story says top Biden officials questioned and criticized how his team issued pardons, used the auto pen, a report details. Yeah. Sam Harris used to be somewhat competent. Now he's just dead from TDS. Yeah, he was part of that whole intellectual dark web stuff back, when there were initial pushbacks with the Weinsteins and Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan, and he just went off the deep end after COVID. I think it was COVID, right? Wasn't or nah, I don't know if it was. I don't know, whatever. He went off the deep end. That's right. The committee decided to put you and your family in the gulag. There's nothing we can do about it. It was the committee. SB Farmer, what's up, man? Thank you so much for those gifted memberships last night. It was greatly appreciated. Also, Brian Oldenkamp, if you're there, thank you very much for your support.
This is one of the most destructive things from this era of Democrat leadership. They were more concerned about power here in the United States than making sure that the United States remained the #1 economic and military power on the globe. The Chinese made great gains under Democrat leadership, buying farmland in the United States, buying land next to key military installations in the United States. This is what was happening under the
Was Trump
Democrat
winning?
Party.
That's Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, a key member of the House Oversight Committee on the gains that Communist China made during the Biden administration as Democrats were fixated on President Trump. This week, the House Oversight Committee is set to continue its investigation into Joe Biden's mental fitness during his presidency, when former White House Deputy Assistant Andrew Bates sits down for an interview on Friday. Former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and former White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients are also slated to appear before the committee in coming weeks. Joining me now with more on his investigation into former President Biden is the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman James Comer. It's great to have you with us this morning. Welcome. I want to get the latest on the investigation, Congressman, but also what we've heard so far. Key figures taking the fifth. Key figures that day after day said that Biden was totally fit and ready to do the job, now saying they really didn't spend that much time with him. The testimony doesn't add up with what we saw. Something is awry here.
Yeah, something's definitely awry. Look, when you have Ian Sams, who was the face of the White House response to the very damaging report that said that Joe Biden was a forgetful old man. He was the face of the White House response to our investigation, Byron Donalds and myself, as well as all the members of the House Oversight Committee, when we found that China had, in fact, wired money to LLCs owned by Biden family members. He was the one that would always respond and say he talked to Joe Biden. Joe Biden was vibrant. Joe Biden did not do this. The family's innocent. And then come to find out when we put him under oath, he admits, well, I only saw Joe Biden 2 times over a 2-year period. That's unprecedented. We're trying to get to the bottom of who was operating the auto pen.
It's not going to work out well for her.
We've brought in a dozen people so far, and they're all pointing the fingers at other people. The ones that I think may have a little more knowledge, they pled the fifth to avoid self-incrimination. So I think what you're going to see is unless Jean-Pierre and some of these others come in and tell us more, it's becoming very apparent that Joe Biden really wasn't the one in command at the end of his presidency. And that's important because you're talking about thousands of pardons and dozens of executive orders that were signed with that auto pen, and it appears without President Biden's knowledge.
Absolutely. I want to move to this. 10 FBI whistleblowers, they warned of political weaponization, and they also say that they faced retaliation from the Biden administration. We've been talking about this weaponization as a theme. It touches so many different aspects of what we've discussed just this morning alone. But it also shows you that it's not just the president who has faced this. It flows into all different levels and to everyday people that are just trying to serve. And
Biden years, the government number swelled of liberal activists that came in, whether they worked for the EPA or whether they worked for the Department of Justice or the FBI. They had an agenda. They weren't necessarily public servants. The ones that rose to the top were activists. And these activists.
That's right. Activists were in control of everything during the Biden administration. It was beyond ridiculous. But hopefully something's going to happen. There's another story that will come up a little later. Elon Martin is looking into some stuff with the January 6th committee in what going after some of the people that didn't get pardons and possibly to get those pardons overturned, which I should have probably had that in here after this. But let me see. Oh no, wrong thing. Wait a minute, where are we at here? That is what? Is that the sun? Okay, hold on. There we go. I could correct it. I just fixed it. Just got fixed. Oh, thanks, Byron. I appreciate that. So here we go. Go ahead and do this. No, might as well. G Sharkman, what's up, man? Speaker is third in line. Yeah, did Comer pledge to do nothing? Well, we'll see. We'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. So, breaking, Special Counsel Ed Martin has dropped a bombshell announcing a full-scale investigation into the actions of the January 6th committee for the deliberate destruction and tampering of evidence and the issuance of illegitimate pardons by AutoPen. I don't know why this is moving so slow.
Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence?
Oh,
Is there
sorry.
criminality there?
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me,
Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did
You guys
they
hear
destroy
that?
evidence? Is there criminality there?
of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
Well, yeah, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what not Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto pen, but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria. I'm telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
Unbelievable. Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did.
I never had a wrench before I worked on my F-16. Well, you've got one now.
Be, keeping an eye.
All right, so yeah, there's that. We got this story from Town Hall. Weaponization jar warns the January 6th committee. Anyone from January 6th committee that did not receive a preemptive pardon from President Biden before he left office might be asked to answer questions. Right, they might be asked to answer questions. What was that noise? Oh, that was Bella. That was Bella. She just made a noise over there. All right. Sorry. The Trump administration's weaponization czar, Ed Martin, whose job under the Attorney General, he talked to Fox News about investigating the committee in response to the Sunday Morning Futures host about whether there's criminality. He responded, trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox because there's a lot to be asked. What about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Of course. Trust me, a lot of the people did not get a pardon, and they ought to be keeping an eye. So we saw that. Right before leaving office, Biden pardoned any lawmaker or staffer involved with the committee or DC or U.S. Capitol police officers who testified before it, stating at the time that baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families, even when they've done nothing wrong. Now, the question is, did you guys notice there is another Bella emoji now? I am Bob found it. There is a second Bella emoji. So I can't show it. So it's yeah. There's two Bella emojis now, and I'll add another one when we get to the next level of. I added that second one because we got to the next level of membership, so I was able to add another one. So yeah. That was Bella. So that second one is Bella celebrating the 4th of July with a nice hat on. He likes to wear hats. Bella does, as you can tell. So even the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage reputations and finances. So they're admitting that that's what they intended to do with Trump. They just intended to prosecute him because they would hurt his reputation and finances. It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. However, the pardons may not have been legitimate, considering that the Trump administration is probing if Biden aides used the auto pen for signing off on executive actions in order to hide the former president's health issues. In In reference to his other job at the Justice Department as pardon attorney, Martin said that he is on investigating the legitimacy of Biden's pardons. He tell you that we're investigating how the pardons were granted. It's not like anything in the history of America with Joe Biden, not Joe Biden, but his staffers did, not just with the auto pen, but with faking him out on memos and more to come, Maria. I'm telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose. And when it comes to this, it's going to be a whole bunch of things coming down. We're going to knock the hoaxes down. We're going to get it bit by bit. It's going to be fantastic. It's a great privilege. And we're going to do it for the American people. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to send them to prison for a long, long time. I added that last little bit just because I you know. Hey, 75 people watching right now on YouTube. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And I don't know if anybody saw this, but the Venezuela used some F-16s to buzz a Navy destroyer. Yeah, well, I don't believe Bondi either, but the people, like, I think she's just the face, literally. And that the people below her are the ones handling stuff. I have to believe that. I don't know. The media was hyping this as dangerous escalation. In reality, it proves Trump's strategy is working and why Biden's failed. Well, here's what happened. U.S. strike sinks a narco boat out of Venezuela, killing 11 terrorists. Maduro denies it ever happened, calls it AI hallucination. 2 days later, he sends F-16s to buzz the USS John Dunham. The desperate bluff. A facade. Yes, it's a facade. A facade. A facade. Baizu, Joe. Baizu. Mm-hmm. The Democrats and the enemy media, but I repeat myself, Trump is reckless. This is provocative. They don't get the strategy. They're just wrong. Trump's approach to Venezuela isn't about a single grand bargain. It's about getting stuff done. Do you know? This is the more interesting thing is what weapon system took out that boat. Do you know what weapon system took out the boat? It wasn't a Tomahawk. I know that. It wasn't. I mean, it could have been a Hellfire, but it didn't even look that big. It looked like it almost just looked like a shell, like a 5-inch shell, maybe. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Because of course Biden was out of it. He didn't. Staff to just use him as Colonel Blake gets the MASH reference and just had him sign everything. Yeah, they moved F-35s to Puerto Rico. It was a laser. It was a laser. No shit. Wow, that's cool. Wow, that's cool. What looks like a contradiction or unpredictability is actually Trump's leverage. The railgun is overdue for proof of function. Yeah. Proof of concept, proof of function, whatever you want to call it. He explained this in The Art of the Deal. That people should do their homework. Every move widens cracks in Maduro's regime, and every concession is a win. Well, if they were destroyers, they probably had one of them probably has a laser on it. Maybe they use a laser. So-called experts say ambiguity equals confusion, but morons confusion for the opponents. If only they had a blue roof on the boat. Yeah, you heard about that, right? That the lasers don't work on the blue roofs, right? Hey, Reg Turner, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, started a little early tonight, just because, it's just because got an extra hour or so. So I wanted to start a little bit early. So that's all. So I wanted to start a little early, pay back the hour I owe or so, hour 15, whatever it is, and then a laser took out the Floyd painting. That would be funny. That would be really funny. So yeah, Maduro can't predict the next move. That's what keeps him bargaining from weakness. Democrats should never be allowed to coach football. Trick plays. Compare Biden sent Maduro billions trying to get him some kind of fantasy for a democratization plan, and he got nothing except for waste of money and more problems. And then Trump got all U.S. prisoners freed from Venezuela and then turned up the pressure with new sanctions and bounties. That's right. He put a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head. Yeah. ABC finally covered Arena because of Donald Trump. Yeah, that's coming up. That's later in the story. I started off with that last night. We spent over an hour and a half on it, so I didn't want to jump right back into that, but there's a lot of stuff. Arleigh Burke class ship, habitual line crosser, has a piece on it. Yeah, Arleigh Burke is a good ship, believe it or not. They always thought they weren't going to be that good, but then once the Aegis stuff really took off and works really well, they're basically doing the job of what cruisers used to do, and now our cruisers are doing the jobs of what battleships used to do. So Maduro's strength is pure theater. He claims he has 4.5 million militiamen. Most are kids in parades. Loud flyovers with aging, obsolete fighters to impress CNN. They wouldn't stay in the air against F-35s for 10 minutes. But fear, not power, is driving Maduro. The U.S. deploys 10 F-35 jets to Puerto Rico. I was so mad at Obama for canceling the F-22s. I mean, we should have a lot more F-22s. We were supposed to have, I think, three or four times as many F-22s that we have. They were supposed to be our main, air superiority fighter, and then Obama canceled it because of the F-35. No, and then Trump wanted to restart it, but for whatever reason, they had already broke down the machines, and they didn't have the ability to restart it. It was going to cost so much money, so they didn't. But man, F-22s are basically can take out anything. There's nobody that can compete with them. Nothing that can compete with F-22s. F-35s, I don't know. I mean, the Chinese stealth fighter might be able to go at it with them, and so the Russian stealth fighter could do it too, probably. But Trump's position is simple. You rarely need a war. You just need leverage. Yeah. No, it is. It's a paper force to their low numbers. Yeah, it's brutal. But the fact is that they're vectoring nozzles in a dogfight. There's nothing in the air right now that can compare it to the F-22. I mean, supposedly we're working on some new stuff that's supposed to be better, but they were way ahead of its time. They're actually a generation. They don't want to admit it, but F-22s are a generation ahead of the F-35s. A more advanced generation. They still call them, I think, 6th generation, but they're not. They're 7th generation. Nobody's even close. We screwed up. We should have built way more of them. We should, I think we have less than 100 or something. It's insanity. The bottom line is Venezuelan jets buzzing U.S. warships isn't a show of strength. Yeah. It's a little boy threatening to hold his breath until he turns blue. We have 195 only. Yeah, it's not enough. I think we were supposed to have 600 or something, or 700. What's the initial what they wanted? And then he just kept going, no less. I don't even know if we have parts to if something goes wrong, what they're doing, because the factories that build all the parts are gone. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is this next story is about Letitia James and her problems. China now has machining that made the F-35 thanks to Joe and Kerry. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, you get a free hour tonight. Actually, in a little more than an hour. We're gonna go at least. There are 180 operational F-22s. I thought it was I thought to keep, because we lost a couple. We had we lost it. I think one or two crashed, if I'm not mistaken, not too long ago. It was supposed to be over 700, stuck with 185. Yeah. 700 would have been. We would have been. Yeah. And Obama. That was Obama that did that. That was all Obama. New York's top prosecutor hit Trump with a $454 million judgment. The media cheered. It was the biggest takedown of his career. She celebrated on TV. What he didn't see was Trump was already setting his counterattack in motion. And it could flip the entire case on its head. Yes. Well, the youngest one is in bed, Pat Hacker. The older one, that's going to be 3, he's at his Meemaw's, his other grandma's house. So he's not here tonight. So I don't have to worry about him busting in. The other one's in a crib, so he's not coming in. Letitia James is New York's Attorney General. In 2024, she won a massive case for business fraud, one of the biggest penalties ever. Then Trump returned to power. Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump engaged in deceptive business practices and tremendous fraud. Donald Trump falsely, knowingly inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself, his family, and to cheat the system. Donald Trump may have authored the art of the deal, but he perfected the art of the steal. This long-running fraud was intentional, egregious, illegal, and he did all of this with the help of the other defendants, his 2 adult sons and senior executives at the Trump Organization. And so, after 11 weeks of trial, we show the staggering extent of his fraud and exactly how Donald Trump and the other defendants deceived banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions for their own personal gain. We prove just how much Donald Trump, his family, and his company unjustly benefited from his fraud. Today, the court, once again, ruled in our favor and in favor of every hard-working American who plays by the rules. Donald Trump and the other defendants were ordered to pay $463.9 million.
Nope.
That represents $363.9 million in disgorgement, plus $100 million in interest, which will continue to increase every single day until it is paid.
Dun, dun, dun. But that didn't happen. That did not happen, lady. The Department of Justice just opened a criminal investigation into Letitia herself. Federal prosecutors claim she violated Trump's civil rights when she prosecuted him. They're using a law that's never been used like this before, kind of like they did to Trump. The statute, 18 U.S.C. 242, it makes it a crime for officials to violate constitutional rights. For 150 years, it's been used against cops who abuse their power, but never against prosecutors. But the plot goes deeper.
The statutory penalty for officials who commit deprivation of rights under color of law is governed primarily by federal law, specifically under 18 U.S. Code Section 242. This statute, often referred to as the color of law statute, provides for criminal penalties against any person acting under color of any law who willfully deprives another person of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States. 18 U.S. Code Section 242.
You ain't getting it.
Statutory penalty. Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. The statutory penalty for
So that's what's going on with that. And then of all the cases investigated under this law, 92 to 99% get dropped. Why? Because the conviction requires proving willful intent. Not that Letitia James was aggressive, not that she was wrong, but that she deliberately violated the Constitution. DOJ has issued a deep dive into Letitia. They want everything: internal emails, case files, staff communications, plus records from her NRA lawsuit against Wayne LaPierre. I think the intent is proven because she ran on getting, we're going to find something, we're going to get him. I think that's the intent. And they're looking for something specific. If the volume isn't good, you guys got to let me know.
And we have breaking news. Federal prosecutors have issued subpoenas to New York Attorney General Letitia James. Sources tell ABC News the subpoenas are related to her office's civil fraud case against President Trump and a corruption case against the National Rifle Association. The Department of Justice declined to comment. Now James's attorneys calling it a dangerous escalation and part of a political retribution campaign by the president. Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky is here with more on that.
Aaron, what do we know so far?
It's were issued by the
already
Northern
going up to
District
Supreme,
of
it's
New
going
York.
up to
This
Supreme
is
Court
in Albany, and they were issued to the Attorney General's office seeking information about 2 of her cases. The one you mentioned, Diane, the civil fraud case against President Trump that resulted in a $500 million judgment that he is still appealing. The other case involves the office's lawsuit against the National Rifle Association that forced Former
I saw
head Wayne
that.
LaPierre to cough up more than $4 million after James alleged
I think it's all
corruption
BS.
and
If you want, we can talk about it.
misappropriation of funds. The two cases were successful. Now, federal prosecutors, we're told, are subpoenaing for information to see whether James, in the course of those cases, violated the civil rights of either the president or the NRA.
Huh. A pattern. Did Letitia James target conservatives for political reasons? Yeah, she said she was going to, remember? That's what they're trying to prove. Meanwhile, Letitia's hired Abby Lowell, one of America's top defense attorneys. His response was fierce. Well, let's see what Abby, Shabby Flabby Lowell has to say.
So I mentioned that Abby Lowell is the attorney she's hired. Now, he's well known for taking on high-profile clients who are in big trouble, people like Hunter Biden, for instance, although he also represented Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner. But here's what Abby Lowell has to say about this case.
You know, if you have a file on your house, bunches of pieces of paper, and one of those pieces of paper say that it was a residence when it was an investment property or vice versa, but every other piece of paper in the same file makes that clear, so that you have one that might have had a box checked wrong, that's not the subject of a criminal investigation or case.
Oh, that's exactly what she.
Because she's accused of falsifying mortgage documents in order to get a more favorable
Trump for.
interest rate. Now, Abby Lowell says it's just a slip of the pen. How do you see it? So I mentioned that Abby Lowell is the attorney she's hired. Now it's
exactly what she prosecuted Trump for. This is the most blatant example of political retribution. He says they're ready with facts and law, but the damage is already spreading beyond Letitia James.
Separately, a so-called special attorney has been assigned to investigate mortgage fraud allegations against Letitia James. Her office responded saying they stand behind its successful litigation of the Trump Organization. And Letitia James's lawyer, Abby Lowell, released a statement saying, quote, investigating the fraud case Attorney General James won against President Trump and his businesses has to be the most blatant and desperate example of this administration carrying out the president's political retribution campaign. Weaponizing the Department of Justice to try to punish an elected official for doing her job is an attack on the rule of law and a dangerous escalation by this administration, end quote. Separately,
New York prosecutors have quietly delayed corruption cases. They're watching, waiting. If Letitia James can be investigated for prosecuting Trump, who's next? Legal experts describe a climate of anxiety across state law enforcement, as they should be. A former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid explains the stakes. Proving willful intent in lawful prosecution is exceedingly high bar. Translation, the DOD needs to prove Letitia knew she was violating the Constitution and did it anyway. That's nearly impossible, but that might not be the point. Oh, let's see. That might not be the point. Why does everything look so blurry to me?
A little further there. What stood out to you last night in terms of what could be, frankly, admissible at a trial? It almost feels like Trump borderline confessing to what he's being charged with. Like how devastating is this potentially for his defense?
I think it's very powerful evidence because I think the hardest thing to prove in most cases, but especially a case like this, is willfulness. For most crimes, ignorance of the law is no defense. But for certain crimes, including mishandling classified information, there's an additional level of willfulness that is proving that what you did was illegal and that you knew it was illegal. And so that little clip where Donald Trump explains about his understanding of he can no longer declassify documents after he leaves the White House says that he understands what it means to handle classified documents. He knows that these are regulated by certain laws. And so for him to say at trial,
yeah, but he declassified those when he left the White House with them, when he was president.
The requisite intent, they'll just play this tape. And I think a jury will find beyond a reasonable doubt that he absolutely knew what he was doing was illegal.
Oh. The investigation could take 18 months. Letitia might testify. Her deputies could face grand juries. If indicted, she faces criminal charges, possible prison. Even without charges, the investigation itself is devastating.
The Trump administration tonight accusing New York State Attorney General Letitia James of mortgage fraud. The head of a U.S. housing agency told prosecutors that James appeared to have falsified real estate records for a Virginia home and also a property in Brooklyn. A criminal referral letter was sent to the Justice Department. Today, though, a spokesperson for James said that she will not be intimidated by bullies. Last year, James won a civil case against the president that accused him of overvaluing his assets to get favorable loans. The Trump
Is that true? I know they were talking about arresting her. I don't know if they bombed the boat. That would be, if they bombed it with all these people on it, that's not a good look for Israel. That's not a good look. I mean, I don't know how that would be, unless they could prove the boat was carrying like weapons or something. Somehow it was, I don't know. It sounds to me like I don't know. I have to look into that more in it. If you want to pop a link into the chat, I'll grab it. Zoom out and you see the bigger picture. DOJ sources confirm investigations of other Trump adversaries, former prosecutors, political opponents, anyone who challenged him legally. But they're missing one thing. I don't know. What the hell? That's all that was, lady? Betty Johnson says Letitia James is cooked. She's been exposed again for mortgage fraud with Citizens Bank in 2021 after allegedly misrepresenting her 5-unit Brooklyn building as a single-family home to secure a $200,000 line of credit. That's a crime. What harm is done to others with the loan? They say that it affects the market if you take on if you're fraudulent on a loan. Not to mention that it's a federal crime. You know, loan documents, it's wire fraud, mortgage fraud, it's all federally regulated, and so they don't play with that. But they say it affects the market. You just saw the video of the Greta boat. It's retarded BS. All right, well, if you say so. I mean, fucking Greta looks like He-Man now. Let's come over here. Where are we at? And so this allowed her to avoid higher commercial interest rates and loan costs. Under New York penal law, loan fraud over $50,000 is a second-degree mortgage fraud, a Class C felony carrying up to 15 years in prison. Wow. Wow, what do you know? Looks like Greta is okay. You think they hold workshops teaching all of them how to commit mortgage fraud? It's could be accountants doing it. Maybe they have used the same accountants, or they say, "Oh, you can do this," or "Oh, apparently their generator caught fire and they're spurging out saying it was a drone strike." Oh, that's funny. That's real funny. Great. She does seem to have a nice rack. Sad waist. Yeah, I saw. Did you see the? I don't know if it was real. There was a picture of her with like an open top thing with. I was like, wait, what? What is she now? Like 20, 21? That's what they're claiming, that this is all right here. As Betty says that mortgage lender, Citibank, dwelling only. So Betty Johnson says this is a. I hope he wouldn't be dumb enough to do that. It's not a good look, man. So here's the story from the Gateway Pundit. It says, Letitia James busted again. $200,000 credit line. Could land her in prison for 15 to 30 years. She's 22. 22, the toilet blew. Yeah, everything is going to be drones. Yeah. On the spectrum, she'll be Elon's next. You know what? I wouldn't put it past them. I really wouldn't. Seems like something only a dummy would. His oh, what do you know? Letitia James, New York State mortgage records indicate that she committed mortgage fraud on a $200,000 credit line mortgage with Citizens Bank in 2021. Like the other mortgages, it was required a signed note, a mortgage document, and a recording with the county clerk. The mortgage document shows that James misrepresented her 5-unit apartment building as a single-family dwelling. The false claim allowed her to avoid significant higher commercial loan closing costs and a higher interest rate. In New York, the number of units in a property determines whether a loan qualifies as a residential with a lower rate or whether it's a commercial. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry. I don't know if she's making money on the 5 units, or I don't know if it's only like. I'm not going to try to defend her, but if it's possible, if it's just her, only her and her family living there, and they're living there like it's a single family home, I don't know, because I knew people that had 3 flats in Chicago, which had like apartment, and an apartment, and they would just the whole family would live in it. They would just, instead of it being 3 apartments, it would just be a whole family living there. So I don't know if that makes a difference. Hey, Renee Collins, how you doing tonight? So yeah, I don't know if she's renting any of the units out or not. That's something that would make a difference. The state complaining versus bank complaining, not the way the law's written. No, well, the federal government, I think, it can complain about it if they catch you. Banks really don't care. You just saw the Greta boat here. It looks like someone shot a flare. I have it. I'm going to play it as soon as we get done with this right here. But the official certificate of occupancy for her building describes it as a 5-family dwelling. Oh. So cellar, ordinary use, boiler room, basement, residential 1 family, 1st floor, residential 1 family, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. And then 3rd floor says residential 2 family. So it's got 2, 2nd floor is, wait, so what? Wait a minute. I don't get it. How are they saying it's a 5-family dwelling? The designation is not the only controlling authority. Yet for 2 decades after buying the property, she refinanced several times while claiming the building only had 4 units. I mean, is it possible that the 3rd floor is just like 2 bedrooms instead of 1? I don't know. New York is weird. So I don't know. This all could just be a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. She signed a credit line of credit for a property dwelling, and the property listed as a dwelling only 1 family. Ooh, that's a problem. No, that's saying it's a single family home as opposed to an apartment. That could be a problem. PFD. This is beyond her past misrepresentations as she reduced the number to just 1. The reason for overkill appears clear. Commercial loan closing costs could be up to 7 times higher than residential. Citizens mortgage document shows her fees were only $4,000, covering county taxes and everything. Had the property been correctly recorded as a 5-unit, a tax roughly 2 so she would have cost her another $5,600. In addition, she would have been required to pay a full commercial appraisal around $5,000, title insurance. Altogether, the closing costs would have landed in the range of 20 to 30 or 10 to 15% of the loan amount. Citizens Bank is federally insured. James could see a potential sentence up to 30 years with heavy fines. In March 2025, they reported that James pretended to be married to her father to qualify for a mortgage using a government HAMP loan, and by falsely claiming the building only had 4 units. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That is nuts. All right, so we'll see. So her Citizens Bank loan remains actionable at least until June of 2026. So we'll see. I thought you were going to say BFTs, not PFDs. BFTs. Yes, you can't claim all the dependents as head of household. Yeah, you can't do that either. That's right. Mm-hmm. So let's see here. So here's this. I don't know. Hopefully Benny Johnson don't strike me.
What's up, Spenny? There's nothing more worthless than a bunch of useless, smelly communists floating on a boat in the middle of the ocean thinking that they're helping.
I mean, that hairdo, Greta's hairdo is just not good. Not good at all.
When they're really just creating an enormous amount of hilarious Lord Farquaad memes and He-Man memes, and that is what Greta Thunberg has done, except for, I guess, when that boat is set ablaze by an Israeli drone. And that is what we think just happened in the Mediterranean with Greta's new Gaza flotilla, which is really just a private yacht given to her by her billionaire climate activist friends so she can dump a bunch of diesel into the ocean while she fails again on her mission to get to Gaza. This is what Greta's boat looks like after her newest voyage. Just a quick reminder, this was their last yacht. They sailed, they got within about 100 miles of Gaza. Sadly, the Israelis didn't let them arrive in Gaza. That would have been a fascinating tale, wouldn't it? Greta was then deported by the Israelis. Here's deported Greta looking forlorn. But Greta didn't look forlorn when the Israelis boarded her boat and offered her a sandwich. Greta loved getting a sandwich. Please give me sandwich. I'm hungry, says Greta. She called this engagement becoming a prisoner of war and literal terrorism. Anyway, what's the point? Maybe we did just see literal terrorism right here. Gaza Aid Flotilla organizers say the boat carrying Greta Thunberg has been hit by a drone. Ladies and gentlemen, according to all available reports, Greta was on the boat. This is the brand new boat. This is the brand new Gaza Flotilla. Was forced to turn back to port just hours after leaving. Again, this is He-Man Greta and her dingy, gross, grubby, scraggly.
Hold on a second. Hey, Salty, what's up? Salty says, Jim, thank you for all your support on Silence Do Good. Well, it's a great story. I recommend anybody, if you guys would like a story about a futuristic, time-traveling Ben Franklin who goes around, solving crimes and getting into misadventures, basically. Check it out. It's called Silence Do Good. It's written by Salty. His name is Sean Salter, and he's a great artist and great man. And check it out. And he goes to print this week, and he couldn't have done it without me, with little old me. I think he could have did it without me. I'm just a whatever you want to call it, just a guy who likes to read stuff. I got a few comic books and stuff, but thank you so dang much. Well, I appreciate it, Salty, and I'm glad I could help and support you, because you do good work, and it's a great story, and it's really good. Like, a lot of people don't realize Silence Do Good. You can. Silence Do Good is the pen name of Ben Franklin, and he wrote a whole bunch of stuff prior to the revolution and everything. You can pre-order right here on Indiegogo. Salty put it in there if you guys want to check it out. It's a great story, and it's I think it's a 3-part story at this point, if I'm not mistaken. And it's pretty good. I liked it. I would recommend. Thank you very much. And then, Trumpinator with 5 says, please support Jim. His time is worth something. Well, tonight it's Trumpinator. I owe you guys. Trumpinator. There's the link if anyone wants to go check out Salty's work. It's really good. I owe you guys from last night because I had to end early. So we're going for at least 3.5-ish hours, no matter what, tonight. All 3 issues in one big book. Yep, that's right. He put them all together. It was 3 books. I have them. I did actually, if you guys go and look at my videos, I did a video review of Salty's, the first book last year. I have it. So if you want to check that out and see if it's something you might like, you could see the work and see the art and read the book and stuff like that. So check it out. But yes, my time is worth something, but your guys' time is worth something, and I owe you guys. So that's why I'm doing an extra 1.5-ish tonight. So we'll see. So, but thank you. So let's see. So Salty's 10, and then that's another 5 that's got to come off the banner. So I'm going to hide this, and then I'm going to do this. And so that would be $48 to go. Okay, so yeah, so let's see here.
Filthy communist LARPers who are joining her in her Make-A-Wish quest to get to Gaza. To do what exactly? Not sure. We don't know. We're not sure what they would provide to Gaza. What would you provide to Gaza exactly? What would you confirmed here? The Adeline flotilla, including Greta Thunberg, bombed by a drone in the Tunisian waters. Confirmed it on a live stream. So here's a live stream drone strike on the flotilla. I'll play you some of these videos in just a moment. You can see.
We are on the flotilla vessel. Our vessel is on fire.
Climate change.
Got hit. The vessel is on fire. Our vessel is on fire.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, that was not a drone strike. Okay, you want to know how I know that wasn't a drone strike? Because the boat is still floating. The explosion would have blown a hole in the boat, and the boat would have sunk already. That's a fire on a boat. Fire is the most dangerous thing that can happen to a boat on the water, basically. That's why the Navy's most important thing. Everybody on a Navy ship is a firefighter, because you have to be able to put out fires. Even though you're surrounded by water, fire will get you. So yeah, that's not a drone strike. That's retarded. Yeah, she's clearly mentally challenged or being used. Yes, she is. She's been being used since she was 10 or 11 years old, when her parents put her out there for the whole, climate change bullshit, which she said we would all be dead by now. Remember? Like 5 years ago, we were supposed to all be dead. So I don't know. But yeah, no, that's not a drone. So we're done. That's not. So we'll get back to Letitia James. So Letitia James says the new DHS policy violates due process for undocumented immigrants and puts them in danger. Say what? I have a $50 rant. What? Rumble rant. That was a video Pool used to make the songs. Oh my God. Well, give me something good to listen to tomorrow, please. From Hosfer. Well, Hosfer, I have to tell you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 Rumble rant. That is the largest Rumble rant I've ever received. So I have to do this now. And I have to say that we will hide this and do this. And this will mean that we are now going to be at least a 4-hour show, maybe about 4.5 hours, something like that. And we are now $73 away from a second additional hour. And because of Hosfer's wonderful donation, we are going to go like this. And is that the one I want? No. Where is it? That must be it, huh? That's the one. And I'll put Bella on top. So when I do this, so let me fix this. Let me fix her camera. I know everyone going to get upset if I don't fix her camera. Zoom out a little. There we go. Come over to the left. There we go. There's Bella. And everyone check out the new. There is new emojis. There's new emojis. Oh, that qualifies for Bella, definitely, Pat Hacker. There's Bella. Yep, there's Bella. See, and I want to let everybody know to check out. Let Bella talk. I don't know. She will talk if you let her, but we always see her bottom. Well, there's her face. I could do this if you want. We could do this. Watch this. Come in like this, and then go like this, and I could go. Is that better? You see her face? So anyway, but there are now 2 emojis in the emojis on YouTube of Bella. There's been a second one added. They're both Bella in hats, though. Bella likes to wear hats. So Bella, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. She just wants to lay there and hug her blankie. Anyway, so we'll do this. We'll take it out a little. Come over this way. There we go. All right. Yeah, see, I am Bob posted them up there, but it doesn't come up on here. But so there, yeah, if you guys want to check it out. So there we go. Yeah, we sank a carrier in World War II putting out a fire. Yeah, definitely. So, all right. Yeah, thank you, House. Richard Boone said, I'm glad you're going long tonight. Thank you, House. I'm so very much appreciative of extra time. I fall asleep to Jim, and lately I've been having nightmares, so I haven't slept much. Jim calms me. Well, I try. I try my best. I do. I try my best. And I really appreciate this from Hofstra. So Letitia James is leading a coalition of AGs opposing this policy. Our nation was founded on the principle of liberty and justice for all. That won't be erased. Yeah, so ICE ramps up New York City immigration court arrests. I hate to break it to her. She's going to lose because Supreme Court just smacked the shit out of the Ninth Circuit over the immigration raids in D.C., saying, yeah, that immigration people can arrest people, can detain people on suspicion that they're illegal. They don't need proof. It's not probable cause. It's reasonable. Just like when you stop somebody at a car stop and you start asking them questions. No different. Hey, Proxy Loxy, what's up? Nice to see you. Barbie World, what's up? Did I miss anybody? Anyway. Yeah. And then this says, does anybody know which fraudulent address Tish actually lives at? She wants all these murderers back. Look at this is what Tish wants. This is what Tish wants. She's got Kayla Hamilton, Ruby Garcia, Elizabeth Medina, Rachel Morin. Sure, her lips were a little too puffy, that one. Lincoln Raleigh, Jocelyn Nungary, Jocelyn Takiza, Melody Waldecker, and Molly Tibbetts. Yeah, see all these people killed? Look at all these people that were killed by illegal aliens. They want them all back. Worst of the week, you got counterfeiting, DUI, traffic crimes, child abuse, exploitation, aggravated assault, DUI, child abuse, rape, child sexual assault, DUI, child sex. Mm-hmm. Oh. So yeah, so we saw all this stuff. I mean, they gotta be really careful with the sound these days, what they're doing. So yeah, so here's Letitia James complaining about them arresting people at immigration court. Like, why wouldn't they be able to arrest them at immigration court? ICE arrests ramp up at New York City Immigration Court as Letitia James fights to stop indefinite detentions. Where do you find the Bella emoji? It's in the emojis. You have to be a member, though, Steve, to become a. Which, Steve, why aren't you? You don't have gifted members, gifted memberships enabled, Steve? You should be able to. If you click on that, it should take it to. It's in the. It's in the emoji thing. It'll come up, but you have to be a member to get those emojis. And but if you click on that link, it should give you the option to enable gifted memberships. So I don't know. Does anybody know? Is there any way to put your own emojis into Rumble, or is that just a YouTube thing? Well, but to turn on gifted memberships, you shouldn't need to give them credit card information. You should be able to enable gifted memberships, though. ICE ramps up its arrest at the Lower Manhattan Immigration Court, and Letitia James stepped up her battle with the Trump administration, seeking to stop the Department of Homeland Security from indefinitely detaining immigrants. That's the law. Yeah. Oh, that's the law. Jim is my only source of social media. If it wasn't for Jim, I wouldn't know what Twitter looks like. Well, I do my best. Constitution should be on the wall. Well, there's some people that should be on the wall, and the Constitution should just be displayed. You know, ICE ramps up its arrest on September 3rd, and she stepped up her battle. Almost like a conveyor belt, ICE agents took one person after another into custody Wednesday at 26 Federal Plaza. It's a federal building. She has no authority there. Get out. One woman was grabbed by the wrist and pulled away while a man was wrestled out of a courtroom as onlookers clasped their mouths in shock. Oh my God, people are being arrested. Oh my God. The arrests took place one after another well into the afternoon. Over the past several weeks, the number of people detained by the feds at the Manhattan, in the lower Manhattan to face judges dramatically decreased, with some days going on without a single arrest. However, things changed on Wednesday when ICE assembled at 26 Federal Plaza in full force. Yeah, no, and definitely is not ideal. Let's get them home. That's right. They could be let go right away if they agree to go home. You know, get in your home, ball. Just like Happy Gilmore says. Yeah, see? Yeah, once your name is green in YouTube, click the icon and chat and then window for Bella, channel specific emojis. Yeah. Hey, Grip, what's going on? How's it going? Almost like a conveyor belt, they took one person after another. Wait, they keep repeating everything? Wait a minute. So they're just going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again? Seriously? What is going on here? Let's see. It's just going to be music this is some goofy, almost like a conveyor belt. Almost like a conveyor belt. Is it going to just keep saying this stuff? Oh, James said the apprehensions could be made worse with a DHS policy that she said attempts to hold immigrants in federal custody indefinitely. Well, the law actually says they shall be detained. That's what the law says. Federal law says shall be detained. The Bella Leavers? The Believers? Bella Leavers? Under these new rules, the Attorney General said immigrants facing deportation could not be permitted to have a bond hearing or have the opportunity to receive a conditional release. James calls an attempt to erase due process. Actually, the law. Yeah. Hey, Grip, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I know you've been here. I didn't think if I said hi to you earlier. I don't remember if I said hi to you earlier. You know, but the law actually states that illegal aliens shall be kept. That you don't let them out. Yeah. Oh yeah, Steve, you can try copying and pasting that. If like you go and copy paste it, it might work. It might work. I don't know. If you see it on the chat, you could probably copy paste it. It might work. I don't know. Oh, Hauser said he's going to be older. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Hauser. Hausfer. Our nation was founded on the principles of liberty and justice for all. DHS is now attempting to rewrite immigration law. No, the immigration law is pretty specific, is what it says. Erase due process protections. Due process is the actual process that they're getting. That is the due process. Due process varies depending on the crime and what it is. Like the due process you get for a traffic ticket or a parking ticket is not the same that you get for a murder, you know, being accused of a felony. And immigration, being deported, is not a penalty. It's not punishment to be deported. You don't belong here, you go home. It's not a punishment. Take a close-up of Bella's face and post that as a thumbnail. Okay. The federal government cannot ignore the law and threaten our nation's families. And they're not our nation's families. They're some other nation's families. That's why they're going home. James says she's teaming up with 19 other attorney generals, filing amicus briefs opposing the intent to circumvent due process. Well, we'll see. In a brief, the coalition charged that the new DHS proposal would have far-reaching consequences on more than 9 million U.S. citizens. They're not U.S. citizens. They're not U.S. citizens. Holy shit. 4 million children who live with at least one undocumented family member. Oh, well. Those people probably ain't citizens either. I mean, we really should start taking away this whole birthright, sure as a citizen crap. And then they also pointed to studies that show that the detention of a parent significantly increases the risk of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder in children and deepens economic instability in entire household. Oh, I guess we should just let everybody out of prison then. You can't, can't. Yeah. Parent says, illegals do not deserve due process beyond knowing that they are illegal. They are not one of we the people. Well, the due process is, are you an American citizen? No. Do you have a legal right to be here? No. All right, you get to leave. That's the due process. That's the law. That's actually what it says in the law. All this other stuff about, if they want to try to claim, asylum, not the Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. New York documented ICE arrest in immigration court that saw a father violently ripped away from the arms of his wife and 3 children. I guess shouldn't be there. Habeas is strictly saying that you're not in custody, you're not legally in custody, that they don't have a right to hold you. The habeas petitions, basically a habeas petition in an immigration case is supposed to be that exact thing. Are you an illegal alien? Do you have a legal right to be in the country? No. Okay, that's the habeas. That would be the habeas. Like if they're holding you and saying you're an illegal alien, they're going to deport you, and you're an American citizen, you would file a habeas petition and say, no, I'm an American citizen. I have a right to be, you can't deport me. That's what the habeas is for. Or if it's like, oh, they're being held, that they're going to deport you to this country, but you have something protecting you from being sent there, that would be a habeas. All the stuff they're using habeas for is exactly the opposite of what it's supposed to be for. The habeas should be like bang, bang. They're just trying to slow everything down, tie it up. They're trying to the Democrats are playing defense, trying to hold as many illegals in the country as possible before, the next election. Bronca says immigration court is no more complicated than traffic court. He's correct. Yeah, that's it. The law is very specific. Yeah, there's no point in flooding the courts with illegals, send them home ASAP. That's the whole purpose of the immigration court, is to get them out quickly because they were tying up the other courts. But now they're using habeas as a way to do it. Now, the Supreme Court's going to have to come down and tell them you can't use habeas this way, because the habeas answer is, what's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3? What does that mean? I'm confused. Test. What's wrong? What's going on? Something wrong in the something wrong? What's with the shield? Oh, you don't know what the shield is about, House fur? I'll show you. 1 second. I'll show you what the shield is about. There you go, Osford. What you guys testing over there? So, anyway, Bella's on the move. What's she doing? Uh-oh. Bella, what are you doing? Bella, what are you doing? Lay down. Lay down. You're making the people nervous because you're moving. I'll zoom out a little. Better? Bella. Bella, what you scratching? Come on. Say hi to the people. It says it could take up to 10 minutes, Hosfer, for the shield to appear. So anyway, so the documents and all the stuff that they're showing, who didn't mean to get heavy? What's wrong? What's heavy? Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah, even the most incompetent attorney can handle immigration court. I agree. It is a mod. Cool. Oh, you're a Packers fan? Oh, you're a cheesehead? Anyway, so they documented one recent rice arrest in immigration court that saw a father. Yeah, we saw that. James is saying she's urging the court to strike down DHS's unlawful policy. It's not an unlawful policy. So anyway, that's what she's doing. She's pretty tarded. And we got this. Oh man, on to some. These are just. I've still got a few things I'm wrapping up from last night. So it says breaking: Arizona's Democrat governor was humiliated live on air as a Republican rival confronts her for presiding over one of the nation's worst economic collapses, with Arizona plunging from first in job growth to 47th. Wow. Wow.
I want to play one more from Robeson. She hits you on the Arizona economy, and I want you to have a chance to say what you think. Here we go.
I think when the voters focus in on the general election, Katie Hobbs is going to have to defend a record that's been disastrous. Just on the economy, for example, we went from number 1 in the nation before she took office to number 47. I mean, it's just been a precipitous decline in job growth and job creation.
1 to 47.
I'm not clear what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything. Those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
From 4th in the nation for job growth,
Clear
47th.
what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
Arizona's economy hits turbulence.
Those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
Arizona employment continues to plunge under Katie Hobbs.
Want to play one?
Yeah, so you got to be careful with those sound because I've been getting hit a lot lately from the sound. She vetoed House Bill 2449, the accountability choosing Medicaid fraud over taxpayers. That's right. She did that. And then there's this. Yeah, she's so smart. Yeah, she's controlled by the cartel. So's their new senator, Ruben Gallego. He's a cartel. His father was the head of the cartel. He was called the Slim Man. And I'll look that up if you want to see who that was. The Slim Man. And that's it. Katie Hobbs is now being investigated for bribery, fraud, conspiracy, and racketeering in 2 separate cases, all for the children. Larry David wouldn't strike me, no, but his production company would. They definitely would. I've been taking strikes left and right lately for music, which I don't understand. Like, I really don't. There we go. Bella's sheepy Bella. Hey, what's up, Muffin Rando? How you doing? Nice to see you. Katie Hobbs is, I'm a social worker, and it's outrageous that I would not act in the best interest of Arizona's children in foster care. I always will do what's best for Arizonans. The chairman of the Joint Legislative Committee has informed Maricopa County's investigator that the Auditor General will assist in the investigation. This comes after the Arizona Republic detailed how they're copyright strikes. They're not channel strikes, so you just have to correct it and it goes away. It's not you just delete it or you get rid of it and it goes away. It's not a big deal. It's just, it makes me have to edit the video then, and it causes like issues and just This comes after how Arizona Republic detailed how the state contractor Sunshine Residential Homes bribed Katie Hobbs and Arizona Democrats with $400,000 and in return got millions more in state money while others were denied. In my capacity as chairman of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, I want you to know that the Auditor General's office now stands ready to partner with you in getting the facts about this troubling matter. Make no mistake, we will allocate the resources the Auditor General needs to help restore what appears to be a major breach of trust in our government. Yeah, they are. They're BS. Additionally, Arizona state lawmakers are now investigating Katie Hobbs after $339 million disappeared. Whoa. Hobbs' budget director also mysteriously resigns. State Senator Alex Kalodin, imagine my shock when the legislature was informed that the state has several insolvent agencies and requires a $339 million bailout to close out the current fiscal year. Since your liaisons dedicated to briefing members of the legislature failed to provide detail on how we got here, I'm putting my request in writing. Arizonans deserve to know the details. Why did you mislead the legislature about the spending you intended to approve? In just 2 weeks' time, I've learned the problem has worsened and that your office request is now $350 million. No, the Benny Hill song, I had to edit out a whole section of the thing over that thing. That was crazy, Yeah, but
Do you know who I am? I'm Mo Green. I made my bones when you were going out with cheerleaders.
Katie Hobbs is now running a criminal enterprise after her and her co-conspirator Adrian Fontes overthrew the Arizona state government in 2022. Yes. I want a full audit of that election too. Definitely.
Incorporated. Arizona's Attorney General investigating ties between Governor Katie Hobbs and the operator of a group home for foster kids. It comes after reports that Sunshine Residential Homes Incorporated made six-figure donations to the governor's inauguration fund.
And to the Arizona Democratic Party just before getting a large rate hike from the state. This story was first reported in detail by the Arizona Republic. Fox 10's Brian Webb is live tonight at the Capitol with more. Brian.
Well, both the AG's office and the Maricopa County Attorney are looking into this. Did this company benefit because of those donations? At the same time, the state was making cutbacks contracts to others. Sunshine Residential Homes Incorporated runs group homes for foster kids and was approved for a big rate hike during Hobbs' time in office.
Whoa,
It's on the radar screen of state lawmakers like Republican TJ Shope.
We have an entity here in Sunshine Residential that currently has a lawsuit pending against it because a young man below the age of 10 passed away because he was not administered insulin.
According to reporting by the AZ Republic, Sunshine Residential was denied a rate increase in December 2022, but 3 days later donated $100,000 to the Hobbs inaugural campaign. Then the very next year, the increase was approved, $234 a day, much higher than the average $169 for other group homes.
We were talking about millions of dollars, and to know that not many, if any at all, had seen rate increases that large was definitely troubling.
The newspaper also reports Sunshine donated $200,000 to the Arizona Democratic Party, plus the CEO was on the Hobbs inauguration committee. Shope says it's either a crazy coincidence or plain as day pay to play, and it's now up to investigators.
I have to believe that they, at the very least, see the allegations the same way that I do, which is troubling at best and possibly worse.
Governor Hobbs' office sent out a statement. It reads, just like past investigations instigated by radical and partisan legislators, the administration will be cleared of wrongdoing. Governor Hobbs is a social worker who was a champion for Arizona families and kids. It is outrageous to suggest her administration would not do what's right for children and foster care. I did reach out to Sunshine Residential Homes today for comment. I was told there was no one available to talk. Live at the state capitol, Brian Webb.
Is she yet another trans female, or is it just my imagination? What do you think? Is there a pattern? Could the pharmaceutical hormones be at fault? Wow, look at her, Katie Hobbs. Hmm. Mm, mm, mm.
Whoa, transvestite, back off.
Fraud, you decide. Yeah, he stole the election. I think so. And Secretary of State, she oversaw her own election when running for governor. Evidence has come to light that the election laws were not followed. The chain of custody was broken. Ballots appeared seemingly nowhere. Hobbs refused to allow forensic audits. Mm. Oh, yeah. So what's this? Hobbs alleged pay-to-play investigation. This is interesting, right? Yeah. Pay to play. It gets paid to get played. Something wrong. Yes. Everything good? Everyone good? Good? Mm. Yeah. Attorney General Chris Mays speaking. His name is Mays. Hobbs is under formal investigation by the state's attorney general, so it's probably not going to go anywhere. I think the attorney general is a friggin' Democrat too, so it's probably a cover up more than anything. They broke the story in 2024. More than a year later, investigation is still ongoing, but with a twist. Hobbs and Attorney General Chris Mays have joined forces to launch a PAC promoting their re-election effort, which raises serious questions. How can Mays credibly investigate Hobbs while simultaneously partnering with her for re-election? It's weird. It's probably like this is a cover-up. He's covering it up. Yeah. Elect Mays and Hobbs. Mm-hmm. The controversy centers around the Sunshine Residential Homes, a private group home provider that donated $400,000 to Hobbs' inaugural fund and the Arizona Democrat Party. Records indicate that the company donated $200,000 to the party shortly before the election. In addition, the company's CEO served on Hobbs' inaugural committee after donating $100,000 to the inaugural fund. It all gets hidden in grand jury. Yeah, probably. They're bearing everything. And what about my name tells you that I'll support tech giving me support? Well, Kyle Reese, you came back in time to save the world from Cyberdyne Industries, so I would hope you'd be doing some work here. Months after those contributions, Sunshine was awarded approximately a 60% in daily rate increases by the Arizona Department of Child Safety. Mm-hmm. The rate hike raised alarms among lawmakers who questioned why one vendor so closely tied to Hobbs' political team received preferential treatment during a time of capped reimbursement rates. It's very, very suspicious, isn't it? Almost like it's payback stuff. Almost like it's all just one hand washing the other. Republican Senator T.J. Shop formally requested the Attorney General investigate the situation, citing concerns about possible bribery, misuse of public funds, procurement violations, and conflicts of interest. In June 2024, Mays confirmed that her office's criminal division, it's a woman, had opened a formal investigation. Oh, so it was that blonde woman. Okay. Maricopa County office is also reviewing the matter in coordination. A spokesperson for Hobbs called the investigation partisan and stated the governor has no involvement in the rate decisions, and we expect a full review to clear the governor of any wrongdoing. So the feds needs to get in there. Feds need to get in there and start looking at this. Mm-hmm. While no charges have been filed, the investigation raises serious questions about transparency and ethics in state government. You don't say. The outcome could have significant implications not only for Hobbs' administration, but for how Arizona oversees political contributions and government contracting. It's an ongoing story, and the Arizona Globe is closely monitoring the situation. Hey, Christy Kelly, how you doing? She's a political writer. Yeah. This was the AG will investigate allegations surrounding Hobbs and the group home company. The feds need to be looking into this. Yeah. The attorney, the U.S. attorney should be coming down on this right now, hard and fast. Oh, but the U.S. attorney for Arizona probably doesn't have one because it's being blocked by the Democrat senators. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's the Democrats' playbook nationally. Pelosi, Warren, it's just different names, same crimes. Yeah, Attorney General is going to investigate, but it's probably just a cover up. And they received large rate hikes. Saw that. DCS denied. Sunshine applied for a rate hike in December 2022, and they were denied. And then again applied in May 2023, and that was approved. So isn't that weird? So December, it was denied, but then it was approved in May. Huh. And that was after they gave 100,000 to Hobbs and all these other people. So yeah, definitely, I would say fraud, and I would look into it. That's what I would do. What I would do. Okay. Okay. So this is upsetting. You got policy obstruction in the Department of War. All slush fund. Yeah, that's right. All slush fund. Why do we have woke general officers continue to get promoted while reinstatement of unlawfully discharged personnel continues to stagnate and go nowhere despite the president's executive order to expedite the reinstatement? Meet Stephanie Miller, Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Military Personnel and Department of War and Architecture of Military's previous Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program. Stephanie is an SES who oversees the full spectrum of human resource policies for over 2 million military personnel serving in the Department of War. Stephanie is in charge of accession policy, personnel management, general and flag officer promotions and retention, and more. According to Stephanie's bio, she served in a variety of executive positions throughout the office of the Undersecretary of the Defense for Personnel Policy, and to include leadership positions as the DoD's Director of Diversity and Inclusion Management. That's right. In addition to serving a Special Assistant SecDef Ashton Carter, under whose tenure in January 2016 announced that the Department of Defense opened all military roles to women, overriding a request by the Marine Corps to continue to exempt women from certain positions, Carter announced that transgender individuals will be allowed to join and openly serve in the military. That's right. Also served as Deputy Director for Navy Diversity in a leadership position as DoD Director of Diversity and Inclusion Management. Yeah, she needs to go. Yeah, she needs to go. Stephanie served as Special Assistant to Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel, who oversaw sequestration, and in 2013, during a visit to Asian countries, stated his main doubt was America's staying power in the region. Hagel called the decline of American military power a good thing because it forced American allies to share responsibilities. In July 2013, Hagel announced the results of his strategic choices and management review, which is, I believe, when they decided to cut the F-22s we talked about earlier. It was Chuck Hagel. Yeah. One of the options was reduce the Navy's aircraft carrier groups down from 11 to as little as 8. And no, we need more. We probably need 20 aircraft carriers. Under her leadership, military recruitment dropped to an all-time low in the entire history of all the volunteer force. Multiple branches failed to achieve recruiting numbers for the first time since the draft ended in 1973. Stephanie has been an advisor to and architect of every decision in the military over the last decade and a half that has harmed military readiness and overall military strength. As Deputy Assistant Secretary of Military Personnel Policy, all ascension of general officers, promotions, and run directly through her. You need to ask yourself why woke flag officers continue to accelerate through promotions and personnel seeking reinstatement for unlawful discharge continue to run into red tape roadblocks. The answer is clear. Her bio is scrubbed of any mention of DEI. Yeah, so this is the person right here. Ascension Policy Director. She needs to be fired immediately. Mrs. Stephanie Miller serves as Ascension. She was served as Navy as a surface warfare officer on USS Bunker Hill. Oh, the destroyer squadron. Oh, okay. She has a degree in English literature and business administration from Villanova. Oh, look at that big ear. That big ear. She got to go. Full spectrum of human resource policies. Yeah. Yep. That big ear. On Transgender Day of Visibility, military releases new policy. She got to go. Got to go. Got to go.
Whoa, transvestite, back off.
The Ascension Policy Director provides advice and support on policy and programs pertaining to recruitment and ascension of both officers and enlisted personnel, enlistment standards and screening tools, recruiter accesses, and colleges and high schools. Yeah. So she got to go. Got to go. Ms. Miller's position on the unlawful mandate. Yeah, so here was her when she was asked about the mandate. All right. The mandate, if you don't know, was the mandate to
So in light of what we know today, is the department considering maybe revising or retracting that requirement, or at least using waivers if we have otherwise qualified recruits?
Senator, I appreciate that question. I can say as of right now, the department currently has no plans to eliminate the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. We strongly do believe that vaccine requirements significantly enhance the readiness of our force and diminish the threat of serious illness.
All right. Rilzik. Oh, wait. Sorry. No. Okay. Rilzik, you say we have 20 carriers. We don't have 20 full aircraft carriers. The smaller carriers, they're more like jump carriers for Harriers and stuff. They're not considered full carriers because they can't handle actual, they're small jump ships. They do have Harrier jets and stuff like that on them. And they had, the other ones, what's it called? The ones with the props that, I can't think of the name of them right now. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, we don't have full aircraft, full with squadrons and stuff. We have, I think, 12 aircraft carrier battle groups, which, they'll have other amphibious ships. Like an aircraft carrier battle group has a bunch of other ships in it. Usually has at least one submarine or two, has multiple destroyers, cruisers, tenders, other things involved in that group. So whenever they send a carrier somewhere, it never goes alone. What is this? Stephanie Miller under Biden developed a program in February 20 called the IMMVI that allowed them to recruit, 10,000 illegals a year to the U.S. military, promising them citizenship. Were they prioritizing foreign recruitment over American citizens? Oh, what do you know? Yeah, so that's what they did. So they were trying to get illegals in to the military. Every flag officer who was in command position and issued the unlawful mRNA experiment order should be gone yesterday. That's right. And many of them should be facing UCMJ charges. That's stop one. After that, what you stated. What's this? Stephanie Miller under Biden developed the program. Yeah. Illegal immigrant military recruitment. Hear me out. Reform what's with the same guys. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Basically, we conduct a surgical removal of DEI, but we direct our DEI practitioners to perform the surgery. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. That's basically what's happening. Yeah, the F-35B is the new one. I think we still have some what's the one that they kept having problems with the propellers that turned? What was it called? The Osprey. The Osprey. Yeah. DI boss exposed the Department of War. Stephanie Miller was director of the entire military's diversity and inclusion program under Biden and is still working at the Pentagon. Now she oversees our general promotions and has been handpicking DEI-friendly leaders. That's right, DEI-friendly leaders. She must be removed if we're going to clean out the Pentagon of Biden DEI rot. There's hold on, I got to do something else. I have to find this other one. It was another story that I had for this, and I didn't get it in here. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Let me look for it real quick. Sunday. Sorry. Let me find this other story. I want to have it here because it goes with this one. There it is. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. She must resume. We're going to get rid of the rot. This one, yes. Policy obstruction in the Department of War. White Woke General Officer continue to get promoted and reinstated. Yep. We went through all this, right? This was her position on the mandate. We saw that. And Mike Flynn, who I think I am upset Mike Flynn's not doing something in this administration. He's a patriot. Greta found out. No, it's not. It's at the. It's it wasn't it wasn't a drone strike. It's just a fire. Probably looks like a generator fire or something. So, what is this administration cannot get people correct? Why is it that this administration cannot get people correct? The most important decisions are always about the people, and this particular longtime bureaucrat is someone who will destroy the culture. Department of War. We need to recreate, Department of War. And then Doge says the real scandal bureaucrats like Stephanie Miller embed DEI rot so deep that even after Trump's executive orders, the Pentagon personnel pipeline remains clogged with ideological gatekeepers. Miller's tenure as diversity czar directly correlates with the military's historic recruitment collapse. Susie Wiles is a problem too. Yeah, I don't like Susie Wiles. Yeah, maybe by his choice. The whole drone thing is at least 20-year-old tech. That's why Congress denied Obama domestic drone flights. I don't think it was a drone that hit. It wasn't a drone. That was not a drone strike. Even the smallest drone, like smallest missile on a drone, would be like a Hellfire, right? And that would made a lot bigger explosion on that boat. Miller's tenure as diversity czar correlates with the military's historic recruiting collapse. When you prioritize woke checkboxes over warrior ethos, you get a force that struggles to hit basic readiness metrics. Her continued control over general officer promotions prove that the administrative state's resilience. Obama-era social engineers burrow into SES roles, sabotage merit-based advancement, and slow walk Trump's lawful discharge reversals. The solution isn't just firing Miller, it's dismantling the entire DEI industrial complex. It's turned our military into a social laboratory. Yeah, they got to go. Greta Thunberg. You don't know who Greta is? Greta Thunberg? You know, the one that says, "How dare you? How dare you?" Until every Biden holdover purging combat fitness standards for gender quotas gets flushed, our warfighting edge keeps eroding. That's right. And here's one here. I wanted to make sure I pulled. This was the story I was looking for. It says, General Kenneth Wilsbach is a reported top contender for a promotion to Chief of Staff for the Air Force. He appears to be obsessed with DEI and pride. Wilsbach is the current commander of Air Force Combat Command for Joint Base Langley, Eustis, Virginia. He has admitted to making diversity a priority and hosting conferences to promote diversity. While in command of Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickman official social media pages promoted pride and DEI. DEI and LGBTQ propaganda have no place in our military. This promotion cannot happen. It cannot happen. I got to fix Bella's camera. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Better, everybody? Okay. Glad everybody's enjoying that. Baruch Assault. That's right. This promotion cannot happen. Here he is. Here's the guy. It says, a year in command of airmen in a priority theater. When I took command, I laid out 4 priorities. Diversity, readiness, innovation, and lethality. Well, diversity first, you're fired. He should be fired immediately. Goodbye. Yeah. 8 commanders, enlisted leaders, and spouses attend 15 sessions that cover key focus areas such as diversity. Oh, look at Sky Warriors. Happy Pride. Look at the State Department of State. Look at this U.S. Indo-Pacific Command retweeted all the Pride stuff and Pride Month discussed in panel at Hickman. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Shwana Rochelle Kimbrell was the first Black female airman fighter pilot in history of the United States Air Force. She piloted an F-16 Fighting Falcon during Operation Northern Watch and also assigned to the PAC-AF unit for her first operational assignment. I don't care. I mean, if she could fly, I don't give a shit. I don't care who does the job if they can do the job, but they need to be able to do the job. Okay. Yeah, it says General Wisbach vowed to ensure diversity and inclusion in reality in the Pacific Air Force. Yeah. A reported top contender for the position of Chief of Staff of the Air Force posted a video vowing to ensure diversity and inclusion is a reality in the Pacific Air Force. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, Bella does run, and she's fast when she takes off, but she's more of a sprinter than a runner. You know, she's like a dwarf. You know, the dwarves are great sprinters, not good in the long run. Or not, they're not sprinters. Maybe it's the opposite. Dwarves are for the long haul, and they're not sprinters. Maybe that's it. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Vowing to ensure diversity is a reality. DEI does not belong in our military. I agree. Let's see his video here. Let's see. Here's his video. I don't know what's going on. I think, is this new computer going to give me a problem?
Hello, PACAF. Right now, our country is engaged in a dialogue about race, discrimination, and bias. We can be proud of the diversity in our armed forces, but we should not be satisfied. We need to listen to one another, examine areas where we fall short, and when necessary, enact change.
I agree, sir. The goal of removing barriers starts with strengthening our culture and bond with our airmen by having necessary and uncomfortable conversations.
Every airman has value, and as a team, we will ensure that diversity and inclusion is a reality in PACAF, and we're counting on you to join in this endeavor.
What the
Hello,
hell?
PACAF. Right now, our country.
What the hell picture is that on the wall? Maybe that's the ambassador or something. I don't know, or something, or who knows? Ugh. General Keith Wasbach is reportedly a top contender for promotion. He appears to be obsessed with DEI and pride. Yeah. He vowed to ensure diversity and inclusion is a reality in the Pacific Fleet. I have the worst videos on stream. Do I really? I apologize. I'm trying. I don't know. Is it my computer? Is a problem, you think? General Wilsbach's prioritization of DEI initiatives directly contradicts the core mission of the U.S. military, combat readiness and lethality. While PACAF's operational theater spans 36 nations, focusing on diversity conferences and Pride Month panels distracts from the urgent need to counter China's military buildup and secure Pacific air dominance. It's all fake AI? Oh, maybe I'm fake AI. You ever think about that? You ever think that maybe I could be fake AI? I mean, what about this? What if this is really the real me? You think about that?
Hey there, folks. Welcome to Jim Tells You. I'm Jim, and boy, do I have a lot to tell you. A few weeks ago, I decided to start this channel, and let me tell you, it's been one heck of a ride already. I'm so excited to share all sorts of crazy, interesting, and downright mind-blowing stuff with you all. Now, you might be wondering, Jim, what's this channel all about? Well, buckle up, because we're going on a wild ride through just about everything under the sun and beyond. We're talking news, current events, and all that jazz, but with a twist. You see, I'm not your average Joe News guy. I like to dig deep, ask the tough questions, and sometimes, well, let's just say things get a little out there.
Yeah, see, it could be that. I will tell you though, I do have another channel. I do have another channel that is all AI videos. If you ever want to check it out, it's let me see where's it at? Let me what is it called? It's called You Don't Know Why files. Let's see here. Mm-mm. 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 Here. Sorry. Here, if you want to check out all AI videos I created, I was playing a while ago with AI videos. It's there. And some of them are weird. They're like conspiracy theory, weird stuff. You can check it out. They're just videos and some weird stuff I created. Anyway, back to business here. Those are all AI videos at that site there. So yeah, so urgent need to counter China's military buildup. Our Air Force's own fiscal year 2025 budget request highlights critical shortfalls in next generation fighter procurement and pilot retention, yet leadership diverts attention to ideological compliance. Yeah. Yeah, those are some straight up tinfoil hat stuff. There's one of them about the whole Mark of Cain. That's really wild. And there's some other, anyway. But when commanders host diversity sessions instead of warfighting simulations, it signals weakness to adversaries. Huh. Anyway, nothing. National security isn't a social experiment. It demands unwavering focus on capability, not identity politics. Every dollar spent on DEI bureaucracy is a dollar not spent on closing the F-35 availability gap or accelerating the next generation aircraft development or something like that. Congressional oversight and public scrutiny is long overdue. Yeah, yeah. They better not touch our boats. That's right. Anybody touches our boats, as the fat electrician likes to say, don't touch our boats. It never turns out well. This story is a brief one. It says, law student sentenced to 25 years in Dubai. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the hollow moon. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Those are some weird stuff. I created them with this. Anyway, but it's funny. I had some fun playing with them is all. So anyway, so this woman, yeah, look at her. Wow. Wow. She went to Dubai and she got 25 years. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Says British law student Mia O'Brien was sentenced to 25 years in Dubai prison after being convicted of drug offenses. The 23-year-old from Poynton Merseyside was arrested in October 2024 after police allegedly found 50 grams of cocaine at an apartment she was in. So she didn't even have it on her. A key deals with the case. She's sentenced while reports vary on whether to charge his life for 25 years. Her family reports that she must serve 25 years. She was also fined £100,000. The trial, according to O'Brien's mother, her daughter pleaded not guilty, but was convicted after a one-day hearing in July 2025, which was conducted entirely in Arabic. Families claim McKenna maintains her daughter is a victim of a miscarriage of justice and believes that she was caught up with the wrong people. She insists she's not a drug user and was visiting a friend when the incident occurred. Appeal and fundraiser. O'Brien is reportedly in the process of appealing the verdict. Her mother started a fundraiser to help with the legal fees and send money to her daughter, but it was deleted by GoFundMe for violating its terms. A new fundraiser has since been launched directly by her family. In wilder context, the case has drawn attention to the UAE's strict anti-drug laws, which carry severe penalties even for small amounts of illicit substances. Well, 50 grams isn't, 50 grams. Why is this look so shitty picture? 50 grams is not a small amount. Lawfare. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why does the world run on GoFundMe? It's being abused. It is. It's like everybody. Yeah. Well, can we be honest here? I'm pretty sure. Did you see what she looks like? I don't want to like disparage or slander her, but I'm pretty sure she was in Dubai doing probably making money to pay for her law school, if you know what I mean. You know, the old Dubai chocolate, Dubai porta potty, Yeah, she was probably there working. She was probably a working girl. Yeah, probably some sheik's harem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's graped, all right. The Yamamoto is a coral reef. Yeah. Serious countries enforce their laws. In Dubai, being caught with 50 grams of cocaine can mean life in prison. In contrast, the West. What's this? Mm-hmm. Yeah, oldest profession. I'm sure they aren't making her wear a burqa. Well, if she's in prison, they're probably making her wear a burqa in prison. Oldest profession, yeah, Rush personal stash. It said it was in the apartment. Maybe she didn't have it on her. Maybe it was in the apartment. She just got busted. Russia's Black Sea flagship is full of water. What's the Chinese cope slope? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the West has created the impression laws won't be enforced. Mia O'Brien, a 23-year-old UK law student, was sentenced to life after authorities found 50 grams of cocaine in a Dubai apartment. She's now held in the city's notorious central prison, infamous for inhumane conditions, overcrowding, and brutal guards. Yeah, yeah, she's screwed. You know, I don't know if a personal stash of hers or not. Like, it could have been someone else's. It could have been hers. Maybe she brought it in the country. Who knows? I mean, 50 grams is quite a. That's, you know, that's almost 2 ounces. Close to 2 ounces. 56 grams would be 2 ounces. So maybe she had 2 ounces. I don't know. British law student sentenced to life in prison for cocaine. No, an 8 ball is 3.5 grams. That's called an 8 ball because it's an eighth of an ounce. So it's 3.5 grams. Mia O'Brien, a 23-year-old student from the United Kingdom, received a life sentence for being found with 50 grams of cocaine. Mm-hmm. Held at Dubai's infamous prison. And this says, glamorous law student sentenced to 25 years in hellhole Dubai prisons. Yeah, law student, dead giveaway. Yeah, she's attending law school. Yeah, she will definitely be screwed in more ways than one. Yeah, impressions matter. Yeah. Yeah, this says, my friend said, how about you don't go to Dubai as a hooker-looking woman? They don't play games there. Was it worth the trip, lady? Nope. I've heard all types of metric users wouldn't understand you, Jim. Well, I mean, I think it doesn't matter where you are. I think they call it an 8 ball everywhere. 3.5 grams is an 8 ball. Yeah, she's the Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris kind of law student. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, where rape, they said this prison where rape is an everyday occurrence over a coke bust. Well, she's literally going to become a Dubai porta potty now. Now, I don't know, this picture of her, this picture of her looks like she's had some work done compared to that other picture when she was wearing the, where is it at? This picture here, where she's wearing the bathing suit, right? Look at these two pictures. There's been some work done in between these two pictures, the one on the left and the one in the middle. Definitely some work done. Mm-hmm. This guy says, Dubai prison hell, a British student revealed after she was busted with 50 grams of cocaine. Idiots go to Muslim nations or any nation to party and do drugs need to be aware of the nation's drug laws. Yeah, if she would have went to like Singapore, I think it is Singapore or Malaysia, one of them countries, they execute you. They don't even play. They kill you. Saudi Arabia is executing drug dealers on a massive scale. Many nations have zero tolerance for drugs. A young British woman is living hell after being to jail for 25 years in Dubai. Yeah, some enhancements. You certainly don't recognize her. Definitely not. Yeah. It sounds like that school failed to teach her law. Yeah. Well, maybe. Who knows? Depends. There could be a guard in the prison that she might end up getting ran through by the guards and get, taken care of. But the guards will run through her instead of the prisoners. But I don't know. Do they even have a women's only prison in Dubai? I mean, do they put women in jail or do they just have the husbands beat them? Could be a Victoria's Secret. She's a miracle cleavage worker. Yeah, could be. Could be. Double jeopardies. Yeah, could be. She's been given a life sentence after being caught with 50 grams of Class A drugs in the Middle East. Wow. She definitely passed in somebody's pool and forgot the chlorine. Could be. Oh, I think we already did this one. Yeah, we already did that one. All right, so here's the story from the Post. Just briefly go through it because I just fake lips. Yeah, I don't like the big fake lips. I really don't. She sentenced 25 year where rape is an everyday occurrence. Yeah. So a glamorous law student will spend 25 years in the hellhole prison, where rape is an everyday occurrence. She's a 23-year-old wannabe lawyer from the United Kingdom. See how that could? Now this is a wannabe lawyer. How do you go about getting 50 grams of cocaine in Dubai? Well, you either bring it in with you or someone else provided it, like someone has connections and has kilos. You're talking about these people that are uber rich with multi-millionaires and billionaires rich. They probably have the stuff stashed places. They sneak it in by camel. She pled not guilty. She must pay a $136,000 fine. Told the Daily Mail she's distraught. Yeah, in her female prison wallet. Yeah, 50 grams definitely would fit in there, no problem. A lot more than that. She could probably fit 4.5 ounces or more. Probably 9 ounces. She could probably fit in there. She was given a life sentence. The trial was in Arabic, all Arabic, and she didn't even know what was happening. Yeah, she's absolutely devastated, and she's being really strong, and she's knowing living hell. Yeah, what's going to happen more than likely is the British government's going to negotiate to get her back for something, with Dubai, if Dubai wants to play or whatever. That's what this is all about. This is to build, all these stories about it are to build pressure to go on to the British government to get her back. Yeah, so. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. We already got a second. I saw that. We're at 73 away from a second additional hour. So we have roughly almost 2 hours left to go on the show tonight. She made a stupid mistake after going over to see a friend and her boyfriend in Dubai. I don't think she was asked to bring anything back. She was caught with cocaine in an apartment. So she went to visit a friend and her friend's boyfriend, which means the guy that pays her friend for, yeah. Yeah, she'd be a lot better swap than Brittany Griner. Yeah, yeah. If Biden was still president, Biden would get her back because she could date Hunter. They could share drugs together. What does the UK have that Dubai wants? All types of stuff. There could be somebody in Dubai, somebody from Dubai that's under indictment for some kind of financial crime in the UK or weird banking shit. There could be money frozen somewhere. You never know. Yeah. Oh, you got passed around someone's pool. Okay. Yeah, the U.S. is only interested in freeing trans basketball players. Well, this is England. So in England's banking system and the stuff with Dubai, there's probably money. Someone's probably got money tied up in a bank somewhere. Maybe there's money frozen. There's something that's going to happen. This could all be, who knows? This could all have been a setup by somebody. She could be completely innocent. It could be somebody in Dubai, a minister or something, wanted some kind of leverage over Britain, UK, to get something from them. Who knows? We don't know. Rape is an everyday occurrence at the lockup where both guards and inmates engage in violent assaults. The wannabe lawyer is being held at Dubai's infamous central prison. Mia said she has to sleep on a mattress on the floor and shares a cell with 6 others. Prison conditions are horrendous. There's no staff really, and she has to bang on a big door if she needs anything. She's seen fights and said she's been really scared. O'Brien is due to appeal her sentence in the coming weeks. The GoFundMe was set up to pay the legal fees and was shut down by the website for violating its terms. See now that, unless Dubai or someone has some kind of restrictions against it and their money is tied up in there, and so that's why GoFundMe, because I thought GoFundMe was fine with raising money for legal defense as long as it wasn't a violent crime. If it was a crime of violence, I thought they were against that. But whatever. So that's the end of that story. Okay. All right. Well, this next, we're going to get into some stories. I hope I don't offend anybody, because these next stories are a little, well, might be what some people would call offensive. Just closing some tabs. Oh, no. Okay. So we've reached the era of black people doing blackface. Jasmine Crockett, if you try me, you will find out I'm truly a black woman. Okay. This is what she's putting out there now. So let's see what she does.
I want y'all to know that every day that I walk in those halls, regardless of whatever rhetoric they put out about me, I am a very serious lawmaker. At the same time, if you try me, you will find out. I just want to be clear about that, because I am truly a black woman at the same time. So I want
Mm-hmm. Original Retard, Netflix remake. Oh, what do you know? Interesting. Very interesting. So, and I can see she got her outfit from Party City right here. She's wearing the Party City pimp suit. See? That's what she's wearing. That's what she was wearing. Yeah. The Dawn Magic Wand. Pimp Daddy Woo Woo. You know, and she wants to be clear that, like, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. They're not supposed to prevent crimes from happening. Representative Jasmine Felicia Crockett, Slavey Crockett, the dumbest member ever to serve in the U.S. Congress. Talking about that guy, I think we watched it last week, the guy that went to the NASCAR race and everything. Yeah. Seriously, you're going to start playing these games again with me? X? And start playing these games, huh? Oh, Jasmine Crockett is, I listened to this before. So what is it with X, man? They're having like serious bandwidth issues or something. So I'm going to have to go find this TikTok of Jasmine Crockett. All right. Jasmine Crockett, TikTok. Okay. I'm going to go look this up. It'll only take a second. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Here's a good one. Oh, that's not right. Pull this story up real quick. Ilhan Omar is the most evil. Yeah. So Jasmine Crockett claims not all criminals are criminals. Defends non-prosecution. Crockett said this week that poverty can drive people to commit certain crimes and suggests that not all offenses should result in prosecution if they involve basic survival needs. Speaking Wednesday on a Grounded podcast, Crockett, who previously worked as a public defender, drew a connection between economic hardship and criminal activity. there's a direct link between poverty and susceptibility to have to engage in certain things. Yeah. So let's go and look for this video of her saying this stuff. Let's look for this video. Is Twitchy going to have it? When Democrats were pro-crime party, Crockett. So let's see. Oh, here we go.
I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. Just because you are impoverished does not mean that you will be a criminal. But I do want to be clear that there is a direct link between poverty and susceptibility to having to engage in certain things. And this is something that I know up close and personal as a public defender. In fact, my elected prosecutor in Dallas County, he kind of caught some flack because he probably shouldn't have said it out loud. But he specifically said, if I get people that are getting charged with a low-level misdemeanor for going and stealing food, diapers, like basic necessities, because they literally can't afford it. He's like
desperation.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not locking you up, right? Like, and granted, like there is no good point in doing it because a decent defense attorney would have a defense, right? That there's a defense that we have on the book. So we, go and try the case, right? But like most people didn't understand. They're like, oh, he telling everybody to go steal. And I'm like, that's not what he was doing. But like, okay. And so
What he was doing.
I want people to understand that there are crimes that are committed
They need to eat
not
those
because
Nikes,
people are
Nikes,
criminals,
definitely.
but because they literally are trying to survive.
They're trying to survive. Yeah, they're trying to survive on that. So, yeah, criminals have rights too. Give me my money. Yeah, they're not all allowed to disagree with her. Just bask in sage wisdom of pro criminality. Honey, the whole nation is not New Orleans during Katrina, right? Democrats refuse to go after criminal constituents, always armed with lame excuses. Right, but there was a thing I wanted to say. Said that stuff. Okay, here we go. In a recent video on Instagram.
See an apology. She's not the dumbest of them all. Jasmine Crockett definitely takes first chair.
I want to be clear that like law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime. Okay. That is what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening.
Yeah, no, she definitely missed the mark on this one. Law enforcement's job is to both prevent crime and solve crime. They protect and serve. And so by her logic, of course, if police officers don't prevent crime, well, then she shouldn't require a police detail to prevent anything from
it was the first story.
ever happening to her, God forbid. Right? This woman is truly unbelievable. It's a damn shame that stupidity isn't against the law, because this one right here, she'd have been locked up a long time ago.
Wow. Let's see this. We got this. This guy says,
official Jasmine Crockett state that it is not law enforcement's job to prevent crime. With all the people dying in Chicago last week, 50 people shot, 8 people dead, with mass shootings happening, it disheartens me for her to say that. I'm not going to say anything disparaging about her. I know I can get a lot of likes and a lot of clicks and a lot of shares, calling her all kind of names. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to respectfully challenge her opinion. As a police officer, I did not sign up to be an after-the-fact entity in the lives of the people I serve. I did not sign up for that. I did sign up to prevent people from dying. You see, I'm an 80s baby. I'm a 70s baby, and I grew up in the 80s where people of color were getting shot down left and right. I would have loved to have seen a police officer, more police at that time. I policed in the 90s and the 2000s where bodies were dropping left and right. People were dying. People were getting shot. I would have loved to have more partnerships, more officers to be visible and present to deter all those precious lives from dying. It is my job to prevent crime. I don't want to show up after someone's child, someone's auntie, someone's grandmother got shot and they're laying in the street and their blood is running down the gutter. I don't want to show up after the fact. I don't want to have to make the notification that their loved one is not coming home. I would rather be visible, meeting with the community, try to deter it, be at the flashpoints, be at the anchor points, be at the hot spots so I can stop people from being violently assaulted and dying. And I would like for you, instead of taking the time to score political points against the president, to step away from the TDS just for a second and encourage more people to sign up and be law enforcement officers so we can be present.
Like Masonic,
okay? So we can be present to prevent horrible things from happening in communities all across America, but especially communities of color, because I'm here for everybody. But I can't be blind to the fact that a whole lot of the crime is happening in communities of color. And we know as a law enforcement officer, I know as a law enforcement officer, that the vast majority of the people that live in these communities are decent, law-abiding, hardworking people. But we also have to face this reality that there is a negative exception of those communities, of that same demographic, that have overly embraced a violent and dangerous culture. They have overly embraced it, and they're hurting people by the scores. And we have to be present. We have to deter it. So please, think before you speak. Stop playing games with people's lives. Get away from your Trump derangement syndrome for a second and see this as an opportunity to save lives. All right? Look, I know a lot of people are upset with the surge and the National Guard and all this stuff like that. But I'm sorry, when I hear that for 13 days straight, not one black person got murdered in D.C., that brings me joy. I don't care about the optics. If it works, let's do it.
That's right. If it works, let's do it. Wait a minute. What happened here? Oh, that's that one. Yeah, so whatever. So that. At least they updated her portrait for Congress, though. Yeah. So, is that all right? On to the next story. The Supreme Court just stayed the district court's order restricting immigration enforcement in California's Central District. We argued the order was overly broad, aiming to hinder our ability to apprehend and remove illegal immigrants in Los Angeles. We are a nation of laws. Federal law enforcement is non-negotiable and cannot be curtailed by any court. If the plaintiffs disagree with immigration laws, they should address Congress, not a single judge. Right. The application for stay was presented to Justice Kagan and referred to the court is granted. The order entered the court that the disposition appeal of the United States Circuit Court from the Ninth Circuit of petition of writ certiorari is such a writ stay pending the disposition and a disposition of position for search. If such a writ was timely sought, should certiorari be denied, this stay will terminate automatically. So what this basically says is that nothing's happening until the Supreme Court gets another say at this. If they, no matter what, it's not happening. Supreme Court put a stop to it. Kavanaugh concurring in the grant application. I vote to grant the government's application for an interim stay pending appeal. The INA authorizes immigration officers to interrogate any. Why is this looking like this? There we go. Terminate any person, to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or remain in the United States. Ice, baby. That's right, Muffin Rando. That's right. Mm-hmm. So they may detain. It says immigration officers may briefly detain an individual for questioning if they have a reasonable suspicion based on specific articulable facts that the person being questioned is an illegal alien inside the United States. Yeah. Imagine Kavanaugh and ACB ruled the right way. Mm-hmm. The Constitution that the liberal judges are using is a democracy, governance, rule of law that is replacing our constitutional republic with the New World Order for the United Nations. The Constitution, making America better, one deportation at a time. They want to turn our court system into ICC, the International Criminal Courts. The International Criminal Court, where you are not innocent until proven guilty and you do not have the right to a vigorous defense. Samantha Power, Obama's former United Nations ambassador, started implementing into our court system through George Soros's prosecutors, Garland's DOJ, and liberal judges' courtrooms. If the attorney don't step up and start fighting against this, your law license will be moot and your career ended. You'll be placed on the same universal income as the rest of us. You'll be replaced too. The first thing you need to do, you get a subpoena for a USAID website created by Samantha Powers that Elon Musk took offline. I know that you don't want to believe me, and I'm done warning you. They use democracy government's rule of law on Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, and others, all who were denied the right to call witnesses and who were charged with the non-crimes under our constitutional republic rule of law. We are the people of the United States. Protecting our border is one of our most crucial sovereign powers. We never gave our consent to judges to invent due process rights for the expulsion of illegal aliens. Not at our founding, not after the Civil War, not any Congress since, certainly not after the last election. The judicial activism is a very dangerous breach of our sovereign power and trust. It's unacceptable, and we the people must never accept this. The Supreme Court must fix this, or we need to demand dramatic legislative remedies to end this judicial supremacy. This is a red line. This was a federal judge blocks expanded deportations over due process concerns for illegal immigrants. Yeah, this was the judge, and her name, if I'm not mistaken, this judge was her name was Fripp Pong. Something Fripp Pong. Ding dong Fripp Pong. Yeah, it's definitely time to close the DC circuit. Alex Jones says, we pray Greta Thunberg has not been killed. It wasn't a drone strike. And then if anyone is saying it's a drone strike, needs to be, seriously, you need to question whether or not you want to listen to that person. Because I looked, there was no way, shape, or form that fire in the center there was a drone strike. The ship would be sunk. That boat has zero armor plating or anything like that, so a drone would have, so much winning. Congratulations to our colleagues at the DOJ who won this victory for our country. That's Harmeet Dillon, who's doing a great job. And a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court pauses a lower court ruling that had prohibited the Trump administration from conducting roving immigration arrests across Los Angeles. Fellow started dancing. It was dream dancing again. Yeah. Benny Johnson is screaming that. He over-exaggerates everything. Yeah. Flood the zone. Yeah, thanks, Trump. War on Trump on Oryena Zarutska. Yep. And when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. We're going to get that. That's a little further there. And here's Tricia McLaughlin from Ohio. A win for safety of California and the rule of law. DHS law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal legal aliens that Karen Bass continues to give safe harbor. Yeah. So someone said something about Karen Bass, right? Karen Bass was let me hold on. Let me see if I can find it. That Karen Bass was Karen Bass was saying something and I didn't oh, here it is. Okay. There it is. There it is. All right. So here's this. Here she is crying, stop our vote, stop deporting our voters. But here we're gonna do this. This says an apoplectic Karen Bass says she dissents from SCOTUS is ruling today. Someone should let Karen know that she doesn't get a vote.
Today, the Supreme Court, the very body that used to advance civil rights and defend personal.
I just want to point everybody out that not too long ago, all these Democrats were saying that anybody that attacks the court like this is dangerous, they're destroying democracy, and that they're breaking the law. They're inciting violence. So she's inciting violence against the Supreme Court right now, according to their standards.
Liberties has now given the green light for law enforcement to profile and detain Angelenos based on their race. I want the entire nation to hear me when I say this isn't just an attack on the people of Los Angeles. This is an attack on every person in this city and in every city in our country. Justice Sotomayor said it best in her dissent. She wrote, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work in a low-wage job. Rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent." And I agree with her, I dissent. We all dissent. Because from the beginning,
Well, I hope she gets arrested soon because she's been doing a lot of shit and they keep playing games and they keep doing stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, Mr. K is right. The boat's made out of fiberglass. They didn't even scratch it. The generator on deck caught fire. That's all, yeah. An explosion would have blown a hole in the bottom of that ship right through it. And the boat would have sunk within like 30 seconds. It would have been underwater. Yes, they aren't Angelinos. They're illegal. Yeah. Oh, Cuba-loving bass. That's her. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Is there anything else here? Kara Bass is having an epic meltdown. SCOTUS ruled ICE can continue to illegals will now self-deport in greater numbers because they know deportations are inevitable. Bass is powerless to stop them. Yeah. Quote, they always like to quote the dissent, but that's not how it works. The dissent is not law. It says that she opposes SCOTUS ruling. Yeah. Supreme Court lifts restrictions on Trump's immigration raids. Telephone call for Karen Bass. Karen Bass, pick up the blue phone. That's right. Mm-hmm. Massive Trump victory. U.S. Supreme Court greenlights President Trump's massive illegal alien enforcement. That's right. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they want the illegals here because they get counted for census and stuff like that for congressional seats and also for, appropriation for bills and stuff. The Supreme Court has allowed ICE to resume roving immigration raids in Los Angeles. They were always allowed to do it. If you're within such a certain distance from the border, it's in the law that they can stop everyone and ask for documentation. And that's just the way it is. Yeah, the district court, Mrs. Frippong, ding dong, got overruled. Another foreigner that Biden put on the bench. Yeah. Supreme Court lifts the restriction on roving ICE raids. The ruling blocks a lower court's order that found the enforcement operations were based on impermissible factors. Well, she was wrong. She was basically, the judge was basically trying to say, oh, you can't stop anybody that are Hispanic because that's a violation. It's like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, if they're Hispanic, you got to let them go. Supreme Court has lifted restrictions that barred the Trump administration from carrying out immigration-related raids in the Los Angeles area based on broad criteria such as speaking Spanish and gathering at locations that day laborers congregate. Yeah, you call pattern recognition. Oh, you're standing outside a Home Depot getting hired for cash money, working for cash under the table, and you don't speak English? Oh, yeah, we're going to think you're illegal. Yeah, I don't know. They let California burn. Why do they keep these people in office? Well, yeah, she was way more useless in Congress than she was. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Marxist activist, U.S. Judge Meme Uwusu Mensa Frippong Bunga, a Biden-appointed judge, imposed the limits. Yep, this is the judge. Yeah, right here. See, Frippong Meme. Her name is Meme. Hello, my Meme. Hello, my darling. My Frippong gal. Go get him, POTUS. Go get him, Tom Homan. The Supreme Court has allowed ICE to resume roving immigration raids. That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. Mm. Translation: the Supreme Court stopped a clearly illegal order by a Democrat activist judge, foreign-born activist judge, who illegally hobbled ICE's statutory duty to find and expel illegal alien. That's right. She is not born. Meme Frippong was not born in the U.S. Like, I think more than the numbers were more than half of the judges Biden appointed were not born in the United States. Some of them are still citizens of other countries. It's nuts. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Democrats waste money on lawsuits that will be overturned by SCOTUS. That's right. And Shipwreck Cruz says, from Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence today, I'm paraphrasing, hey, Ninth Circuit, we're going to take this up on cert if you're dumb enough to affirm this judge. Yeah, that's right. Has anyone checked in on Gavin Newsom today? Look at him. Oh, no, he's crying. Oh, no, he's crying. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Yeah. Marxist activist, U.S. District Judge, Meme Owusi Mensa Pong, a Biden-appointed judge, imposed the limits in July. Yeah, we will only get judicial reform if we win the midterms. We need a supermajority and use it like the Dems did during Obama. Actually, they don't. They could do it with just a simple majority. You know, if we didn't get those 4 Senate seats stolen in 2024, you know, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and New Mexico or Nevada. Anyway, those 4 states, we'd have 57 right now, and we wouldn't be having these games played by, you know, Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. So law enforcement has always been able to make stops based on reasonable suspicion. It's always been the law. You've forgotten they've already repeatedly ignored SCOTUS's ruling. Well, if they do, there's going to be a problem. That legal standard that SCOTUS simply that's the legal standard that SCOTUS simply reaffirmed today. It's basic first-year law school stuff. If Sonia doesn't like it, she can quit and get another job. She's clearly not qualified for this one. Right. I don't hear, oh no. Sonia Zamora slams troubling SCOTUS ruling that allows ICE to continue raids. You know, I mean, I don't know how, I thought, you know, I mean, it's a close tie. Who's the stupidest person on the Supreme Court between KBJ and Sonia Sotomayor? Good old Ron Coleman says, to explain just how much it's not hyperbole, let me quote the 3 justices of the Supreme Court who write nothing but hyperbole. Yeah, because this guy goes, to explain how much it's not hyperbole, 3 justices of the Supreme Court say as much. Today's decision is going to lead to some people becoming second-class citizens. They're not citizens. They're not citizens. This is retarded. Yeah. Oh, yeah, second-class citizens who must constantly carry documents to prove their citizenship. No, they don't. Yeah, they don't. All 3 members of SCOTUS's The View caucus dissent. Yeah. Oh, man, if we had 9 Clarence Thomases on the bench, oh, my God, would this country be a glorious place to live? Seriously, if we had 9 Clarences, this country would be, oh, my God, this country would be awesome. Yeah. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the most liberal, but these 2 justices we have now are flat out retarded. Yeah. Decision here, Supreme Court, government opinion, blah, blah, blah. Which, you know, Town Hall says breaking, the Supreme Court delivered a 6-3 victory, ruling that clears the way for Trump administration to start sweeping ICE raids across Los Angeles. Not just Los Angeles, across the whole country. Bye-bye, criminals.
This story, a huge deal out here in LA. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court now clearing the way for roaming immigration sweeps here in LA to resume once again at least for now.
Yes,
That
Robert's
coming
the
after
clown.
lower courts first blocked the administration from carrying out these raids back in July, saying they were discriminatory.
Obviously, this is a big change. Senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse is topping off this hour with this breaking news for us out of LA. What do we know, William?
Well, Sandra, it's an important ruling in that a district judge and an appeals court had effectively stopped immigration enforcement in Southern California. And we expected it to effectively become a nationwide ban as other judges in other cities would cite this ruling to stop ICE actions in their jurisdictions. So it was a Biden-appointed judge in July issued a restraining order stopping ICE from stopping individuals with just reasonable suspicion that they're in the U.S. illegally. It barred officials from relying on certain factors like race or being outside a Home Depot looking for day labor. Well, the Ninth Circuit upheld that ruling, prompting the administration to go to the Supreme Court, arguing that the ruling restricted ICE's ability to enforce the law passed by Congress that says you can't cross the border illegally to live and work in the U.S. We're talking 10 to 20 million people. Stopping even routine operations like hitting employers with reasonable cause to believe that they employed large numbers of illegal workers. So Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote in his concurring opinion that race or ethnicity alone cannot be a reason to stop someone, but it can be considered along with other factors informing reasonable suspicion to stop someone for illegal immigration checks, such as where people gather and what jobs they are working in. Well, the three liberal justices said in dissent with Judge Sonia Sotomayor's writing, we should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work in a low-wage job. Moments ago, DHS issued this statement on behalf of the administration, quote, a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law. DHS law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens that Karen Bass continues to give safe harbor. The bottom line is, Sandra, we expect ICE now to continue these sweeps, obviously in California, but also in other cities like Chicago. And that is why this ruling with the Supreme Court is important, because it essentially freezes, if you will, this district judge and the appeals court ruling that said that ICE could not do these immigration sweeps. Back to you.
We're going to dig deeper into that in just a moment. William Lajeunesse on that breaking news.
Yeah. Dig deeper into it. What do you know? Another SCOTUS win. Insane rulings of lower courts, at least, are all getting reversed. But this process is a joke. Everyone sues for everything, and nothing can happen until it goes to SCOTUS. Lower courts are all corrupt. Scoreboard. Supreme Court rules 6-3. I think this is like the 18th. Pretty much every case that's gone to the Supreme Court, Trump's won. Sotomayor pictured rages in her dissent. Countless people in Los Angeles have been grabbed, thrown to the ground, and handcuffed simply because of their looks, their accents, and the fact that they make a living by doing manual labor. See, those facts all combined together, though, leads them to believe they're a, legal alien. Yeah. End of story. Afuera! Today, the court needlessly subjects countless more of these exact same indignities. Look at her. Look at this lady. Look at her. She said she was going to quit. She should just quit. Go back to where you can. Go back whence you came. All because they entered the country illegally. That's the problem. Dear Sotomayor, we don't care about your personal feelings. Imagine the Democrat Party stacking the court with the likes of her. They'll do it first chance they get. Count on it. I don't give a shit what you call it. John Marshall on reading Sotomayor's opinion. That's right. It was never the brightest. I voted for this exactly. And just a few of the 5,000 annual victims of illegal aliens, all were permanently separated from their family. That's right. Look at them all. Wow. That's a loss of people. Oh, yeah. Reactions to SCOTUS allowing immigration sweeps to restart in LA. You got Mayor Bass. Today's ruling is not only dangerous, it's un-American. Gavin Newsom. Trump's hand-picked SCOTUS majority just became the grand marshal for a parade of racial terror in LA. And the ACLU says outrageous. But guess what? All three of those people can go pound sand right up their bungholes. And Justice Sotomayor wrote a scathing dissent. Yeah, decision is yet another grave misuse of our emergency docket. Oh, yeah, actually, F him. That's right. Yeah, it would be nice if Congress started impeaching these lower court judges. Yeah, Newsom has ruined California. He has. Yeah. We should not have to live in a country where government. You don't have to live in a country, and none of the illegal aliens have to live in the country either. They can all leave, and then they don't have to worry about anything that's happened to them. Anyone who sees anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and is working as a day laborer for cash and has no idea. So they go and say, "Hey, where were you born?" And they say, "I was born in America." And they say, "Where? What hospital?" "Oh, no hospital. What?" They go, "Okay, gotta go." That's what happens. She just sense, whatever. I want Tom Holland to deport so many illegals that I won't ever have to press 1 for English again. I agree. I agree. And you got this other scumbag who should be in prison, who was one of the lawyers on the J6 committee who got rewarded by the Democrats with a congressional seat. SCOTUS is out of control. SCOTUS is out of control, not the lower courts that are violating the separation of powers and everything. It's abusing the shadow emergency doctrine by reversing well-considered lower court opinions without full briefing. This guy's a lawyer. Yeah. And a congressman. He's attacking a co-equal branch of government. This is wrong. Oral argument, or even explanation. Now ICE will continue to make unconstitutional arrests based solely on race. None of this has happened, and this guy's a retard. He's a total and complete retard. Based solely on illegal immigration status. Yeah, there you go. This is what Democrats want for you during COVID. They don't want you to let them gaslight you. They're authoritarians. Quarantine camps in New York, remember? New York Appellate Court recently upheld a rule which would allow governors significant additional power to quarantine New Yorkers in a declared public health emergency. What do you know? But that's fine. But then this guy about illegal aliens, he don't like that. Got Sham Stein says Kavanaugh's decision is just him defending racial profiling. No, it's not. It's called illegal immigration. Yeah. This guy's like, you are an effing retard. A license to engage in racial profiling. Here's the thing, Kavanaugh. To be clear, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. Yeah, it's right here. It's right in the decision. Ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion under the court's case law regarding immigration stops. However, it can be a factor. Yes, it can be a factor. What you're going to say? It's not. Can't be a factor. And go, well, we can't arrest anybody Hispanic because we have to start stopping other people. Here's Reuters. It says the U.S. Supreme Court again backed President Trump's hardline approach. The Supreme Court backed the Constitution and the rule of law and what the law actually says. That's what these people never realize, that the Supreme Court is just ruling what the law is. They're not backing Trump, allowing federal agents to proceed with raids, targeting people for deportation based on their race or language. No, not race or language, on their race, language, and what they're doing for a living.
The Supreme Court on Monday lifted restrictions on raids in Southern California, targeting people for deportation based on their race or language, a hardline approach toward immigration backed by U.S. President Donald Trump.
We saved Los Angeles, Dan. You know that. Los Angeles was a mess.
The decision by the Supreme Court puts on hold a federal judge's order temporarily barring agents from stopping or detaining people without reasonable suspicion they are in the country illegally. The High Court, with a 6-3 conservative majority, saw all 3 liberal justices publicly dissent from the decision, with Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing that the Trump administration has, quote, all but declared that all Latinos, U.S. citizens or not, who work low-wage jobs, are fair game to be seized at any time, taken away from work, and held until they provide proof of their legal status to the agent's satisfaction. As part of the court's conservative majority, Justice Brett Kavanaugh concurred with Monday's decision, saying that, quote, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion, but it can be a, quote, relevant factor when considered along with other salient factors. In June, Trump sent National Guard troops and U.S. Marines into Los Angeles, in response to protests against federal immigration raids. California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, contested the deployment of troops and has called out the president for his actions.
His state of mind doesn't seem to be focused on the issue of crime and violence. It's about an expression of authoritarianism.
Trump has promised record-level deportations, and his administration's immigration raids, including in Los Angeles, have prompted panic as well as protests. They've also drawn lawsuits over the aggressive tactics employed by masked and armed federal enforcement agents.
Oh, yeah, masked and armed federal cops. Are these people fucking retarded? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Because you guys are trying to dox them and destroy their lives and go after their families. Yeah. So this should be a settled issue. Yeah, that's right. Keep cleaning up the streets. Here's from the National Review. An immigration raid case, Supreme Court strikes a blow for common sense. Yeah, that's right. Her blood sugar's too high. She has diabetes. It would really be, I don't wish anybody any harm or anything like that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I will say that she's not a healthy person, and it would be sad. It would be really sad if something like if she, diabetes or something got to her. They tried to talk her into resigning while Biden was president so that Biden could replace her. But it would be really, really sad if something happened and Trump got to appoint her replacement. And then, it would be sad, and then, because I have a feeling that probably Thomas and Alito are going to step down while Trump's president so he can appoint their replacement. Which I don't want to see Thomas go. Thomas, man, he's. Gino says, does he get a membership tonight? Gino, you would have to see, did you have gifted memberships enabled? And somebody would have to gift a membership, but, I don't know, but you could always join here. You mailed a bill a month ago to an address 25 miles from your home and it still hasn't gotten there. I don't want to live in a world without Thomas either, man. I don't. Yeah, the post office sucks. It really does. Yeah, she's also heavily vaxxed. She's taken every booster and everything, so hopefully she's protected. There should be no doubt as to the correctness of Supreme Court's decision today allowing immigration agents to conduct raids of facilities in which it is suspected that illegal aliens are working or hiding. California Democrats and others on the anti-border, pro-illegal immigration left, whose claims are unfortunately echoed by the court's 3 progressive justices, have engaged in the worst sort of demagoguery. This is not about whether it's wise policy to carry out such raids. They are an inevitable aspect of prioritizing immigration enforcement. It violates our law to enter and work in the United States. Oh, seriously? So Andy McCarthy? I don't even know if I want to read this. Maybe I'll read someone else, but I'll do this then. Copy. Okay. Let's see if I can get an archive of this story. I didn't realize they were going to pull this crap halfway through the story. All right. The executive branch's obligation, it violates our law to enter and work in the United States without statutory authorization. The executive branch's obligation to enforce the law, and if the administration granted illegal alien workers a de facto amnesty that Congress had not enacted into law, as the Biden and Obama administration did, that would both be unconstitutional and encourage swarms of foreigners to try and enter our country illegally, which is exactly what happened. They just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. They kept letting it go. Biden did it. Obama did it. Yeah, which in turn would reduce the resources available to process the entry of foreigners who comply with our laws. Obviously, there are many more illegal aliens, perhaps 20 million or more. No, it's like 70 million. There's over 50 million illegal aliens. 20 million came in, National Review, you scumbags, during Biden, and you know this. But Andy McCarthy, being the Rhino, Koch brothers sponsored fag, is doing exactly what, sensible people would rather see ICE arrest and remove hardened criminals before scooping up and deporting people who are making a living. No, that we need done. No, wrong. They all got to go. There's plenty of people here to do the work. We can, you know what? If you're not paying enough money, you'll have to pay more to get somebody to do the job. That's how it works. That's called capitalism, asshole. We can sympathize with such people while still recognizing their presence and conduct is legal. I don't sympathize with them. They have to go. We can also reasonably argue about how much effort should be expanded in rounding up and deporting them. All of the effort. Everyone. I want everyone to go. Every last one. You remember watching Thomas's confirmation hearing? Yeah, with Joe Biden. Did you notice Joe Biden stutter when he was slandering him and did all that stuff, trying to go after him? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We can also reasonably argue about, what can't be credibly argued, however, is that ICE agents are flouting the Constitution or immigration law by actually enforcing the law. Concurring in today's 6-3 per curiam ruling, Justice Brett Kavanaugh rightly explains that our law, statutory, regulatory, and jurisprudential explicitly permits immigration agents to interrogate a person believed to be an alien about his right to be in the U.S. and detain the person for questioning if the agent reasonably suspects, based on specific articulable facts, that the person is an illegal alien. Advocates for illegal aliens complain that people are thus being apprehended in dragnets based solely on their ethnicity and Spanish language, ignoring naturally that many of these agents and police who are enforcing the laws themselves are of a Latino background and fluent Spanish speakers, but no one is rounded up solely based on ethnicity. Kavanaugh recounted with the greater Los Angeles area as a center of dispute that Judge Meme Uswusi Masafetong Tiktabringar, a Biden appointee, enjoined U.S. immigration officers from making investigative stops in Los Angeles when the stops is based on the following factors or combination of factors. Presence at a particular location, such as bus stops, car washes, day labor pickup sites, agriculture sites, the type of work one does, speaking Spanish or speaking English with an accent, or apparent race or ethnicity. Putting aside that plaintiffs in the case lack standing, the question whether agents have reasonable suspicion depends on long settled law, on the totality of the circumstances. Unavoidably, ethnicity and lack of English language proficiency are among the articulable facts from which an investigator may draw a reasonable conclusion that the person in Southern California might be in the country illegally. I forgot to throw the crab. Lol. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Unavoidably, ethnicity and lack of English are among articulable facts. That's right. There's an extremely high number or percentage of illegal immigrants in the Los Angeles area, and those individuals tend to gather in certain locations to seek daily work, and those individuals often work in certain kinds of jobs, such as day labor, landscaping, agriculture, and construction. They do not require paperwork and therefore especially attractive to illegal immigrants. Yeah. Thomas was the first one they tried to meet to him, and it didn't work, though. Biden really enjoyed all the salacious bits of pubic hair. And he did. Many of those illegally in Los Angeles come from Mexico or Central America and do not speak much English. Moreover, when agents confront a person whose situation seems to match these circumstances and the person identifies themselves as an American or an alien lawfully present in the country, the police immediately let the person go. The people arrested are those who A, properly arouse suspicion, not probable cause or guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, but just suspicion, and they turn out to be in the country illegally. Because when I prosecute, I just fixed the camera and you're going to move now, Bella? Seriously? When I prosecuted a case against the mafia and jihadist terrorism, it was an unavoidable fact that made members of the mafia were and are of Italian descent, that jihadists were and are Muslims, jihad being a tenet of Islam. The fact that an investigator cannot help but notice these articulable facts as part of, but not the totality of the reasons, is not racism, it's common sense. Mm-hmm. What's more, by law and training, it's drilled into agents to understand that they may not rest suspicions solely on race, ethnicity, religion, or other categories. There must be reasons to believe a crime may have been committed. Hmm. If Bella was worth her weight in gold, Jim would be rich. Yeah, well, I mean, 75 pounds, that's quite a bit of gold, you know. Quite a bit of gold. A person's characteristics can never be the sole reason for triggering investigations, but neither do they establish immunity from investigation. That's all the court ruled today, and the ruling is sound. Right? The Supreme Court allows ICE raids to resume in California. What's this actually going to be about this?
Next Monday. I'm leaving Boston to move to Aruba because
Oh, seriously? You're going to make me listen to this ad? Okay. Tom Holman warns violent ICE protesters amid Trump's crime crackdown say there's zero tolerance. That's right. Zero tolerance. How much longer? 7 seconds? All right. Here we go.
8 on TLC.
With more is the White House border czar, Tom Homan. Tom, thanks so much for joining us today. Look, ICE officers, people in Homeland Security, local law enforcement, trying to enforce the law. They're trying to actually implement the law. And oftentimes I hear about, oh, they're going after the migrant population. No, they're going against the illegal immigrant population. That's the point. These operations that are coming down now,
Throw the
how are
business
you going
owners.
to be able
Yeah,
to
I think
fight
the
back
business owners
against
should be
this
punished.
very
The
concerted
minimum
effort
fine
to
is
make
not
sure
going to jail.
that they are coached and given warning to try to get out of the way? How do you fight against that?
Well, first of all, we got President Trump, who's one strong president. He proves every day why he's the greatest president in my lifetime. He's a strong president. He's keeping his foot on the gas. He's not letting up. And so be the men and women of ICE and the men and women of the Border Patrol. Today, Jason, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now because of President Trump's leadership and the men and women of the Border Patrol. But we also have the most secure border in history because of the work of ICE. ICE is sending a message to the whole world that there are consequences for entering the country illegally. There are consequences for being here illegally. And there are consequences, especially for being here illegally and committing crimes. So ICE is focusing on public safety threats. And I looked at the numbers this morning. 70% of everybody ICE arresting is a criminal. The other 30% are gang members who don't have criminal histories, national security threats. We're arresting them by the thousands. And those will find orders. They had due process at great taxpayer expense. A federal judge ordered them removed. They become fugitives. We're looking for them too. So how do we send that message? We send the message by looking at the numbers again this morning. We got a historic number of prosecutions for 111. That is impediment, assault, interference. So if they cross that line, you throw a stone, you're going to jail. You put hands on ICE officer, you're going to jail. You make a threat, either online or in person, you're going to jail. And President Trump has made it clear to me over a month ago, zero tolerance. You cross that line and move from a protester to a criminal, zero tolerance. You will be prosecuted. And Pam Bondi has got all the U.S. attorneys across the nations on board. They will not decline these prosecutions. So my warning to them, you can protest all you want. Exercise your First Amendment rights. You cross that line, you're going to jail.
So those protesters that we do see, I mean, some of it might be organic, but it does strike me that it seems like a lot of them are being bussed in. You see them at the end of these protests actually getting back on buses. Are these protesters, the bulk of them, are they actually being financed from the outside? And is that something that Homeland's looking at, is the financing of how all these so-called organic protests are happening?
Absolutely. We know a lot of these protesters are being paid. Many of them admitted to it. So yes, there's a whole effort right now in identifying those who are funding these operations, those who fund the weapons that are being used. So yeah, and they'll be held accountable too and held to the highest standards of the law. They will be prosecuted too. Look, here's what people need to understand. ICE is enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're appropriated funding to enforce these laws. If you don't like what ICE does, then go protest Congress, because we're not making this stuff up. And what's most insulting, you got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and terrorists and racists. Well, if they're racist for enforcing the law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. So members of Congress,
good night,
everyone
Phil.
that wants to attack ICE are disgusting. They're an embarrassment to the position they hold. They're members of Congress. If they don't like what ICE is doing, then do your job and legislate. Until then, President Trump and the men and women of ICE are going to continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats and make this country safer every day.
Yeah, you make a good point. I once upon a time served in Congress, and I was on the Judiciary Committee. I was
Yeah, Jason Chaffetz. Yes, he did.
on the subcommittee on immigration. Guess what? Democrats have the House and Senate and the presidency. Do you know how many hearings?
All right. So real quick, before it gets too far gone here, I want to say good night to all the people on Instagram and on X. I'm going to say good night to them because it shuts off at 4 hours. We're at 3.5, so I'm just going to cut it off now. So if you're watching on X or on Instagram, please come over to YouTube or Rumble and continue watching. So yeah, so come on back, and I'll see you again for Jim to tell you the news if you're on Instagram or X. Oh, I almost hit the wrong thing there. Oh, yep. Okay, and X. Remove. Okay. All right. Now we're going to keep going. We got about another hour left, I think, unless we hit the goal. So for another hour after that. Yeah, we hit one goal. So right now at 3 hours and 30 minutes, we've hit what I owed from last night. And now we're into the 1 hour that was paid for earlier from the $50 on Rumble and the couple super chats that came through on. Did you see Harmet tweet about the train murder? I didn't see that yet. I have some of the stuff. I don't know. I have some stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, so Supreme Court paved the way, carrying out immigration raids from High Court 6-3 decision along ideological lines. Pat says he wants Jim's channel to grow, but loves how cozy our chat is. Well, the chat will always be cozy. Yeah, send it to me on DM. I'll pull it up. I'll make sure I have it with the other stuff. So, and basically, we're just going to zip through this. It's going to be a couple more. So, it's just basically all the same stuff. We covered all this. Supreme Court lifts the roving ICE raids in Los Angeles. Reuters says U.S. court backs Trump on aggressive immigration raids. Then there's this, which I thought was interesting. It says Sotomayor literally writes in her dissent that she's tired of all these SCOTUS decisions without explanation. Yet Kavanaugh actually provides a 10-page explanation. This suggests that perhaps Sotomayor was expecting no explanation when she submitted her dissent, and then Kavanaugh surprised her with one. Yeah, because Shipwreck Cruz says, as would have been easy to predict, Justice Sotomayor filed a 21-page dissent to the granting of the stay, telling all that the end of the freedom and walk the streets is at hand. But the very surprising move, Kavanaugh writes an opinion not joined by any other justice, basically previewing the arguments that will likely carry the day for the Trump administration in the end. Kavanaugh's concurrence is 10 pages long. I haven't thoroughly read each at this point, but I don't know the extent at which Kavanaugh is directly addressing the dissenters. It was quite unusual for me that a justice who is not dissenting to write in advance where he or she is likely to come out if the case reaches the court. I suspect this is why none of the other justices joined his opinion. It might be that he has grown tired of the dissenters writing lengthy opinions on the shadow docket condemning the majority, where the dissent presents arguments that are not consistent with the current SCOTUS precedent. It would be hard for any district judge to cite Sotomayor's dissent as persuasive as someone have done recently without dealing with the fact that Justice Kavanaugh wrote a concurrence that is contrary to Sotomayor's views. Remember, it was Justice Kavanaugh who joined Gorsuch's concurrence 2 weeks ago, blasting district court judges for ignoring SCOTUS opinions on the shadow docket when coming to legal decisions contrary to those of the shadow docket rulings. That's a huge decision, blocking running ICE from considering factors. Shipwreck Cruz says, considering ICE factors, South Carolina federal judges held that ICE couldn't consider locations as car washes, Home Depot, and stuff. Yeah, story coming up later. And then here's Newsweek says, Sotomayor blasts Supreme Court unconscionably irreconcilable decision. Oh, wow. Is it? No, maybe she's just stupid. Justice Sotomayor delivered a stinging rebuke of the Supreme Court's decision. Did she? And she's just wrong. Critics of this policy argue it could intrude on people's civil liberties. Well, shit happens. Here's this one. It says, Supreme Court hands Trump major victories on immigration enforcement and executive branch firings. Liberal justice on the court accused Republican-appointed colleagues of allowing the government to engage in racial profiling. Wait, what's this? Oh. Well, so they were able to these idiot New York Sun was able to bypass archives, really? That's crazy. And here's the decision, which I'm not going to go through because I'm not a lawyer and I can't understand all this legal rumbo jumbo, but it's right here. It just says application for stay is granted, concurring in part the stay. He would grant the government's application for interim stay pending appeal. And he says all this stuff is authorized by that stuff. No. And here's another place that's the same thing. Yeah, and here's this next one is Trump administration asking the Supreme Court to intervene in the case of the Egyptian-born Canadian judge that Biden put on the DC circuit after January of this year, after Trump was already elected. Trump asked the Supreme Court to intervene in foreign aid cut case. Mm-hmm.
That your administration is looking at, where you can produce a certain amount of generic drugs pretty quickly in like a one-room factory, sort of almost like.
The Trump administration on Monday asked the Supreme Court to weigh in on the ongoing legal case over President Trump's efforts to shut down foreign aid. The move follows the D.C. appeals court upholding a lower court order from District Judge Amir Ali, Egyptian-born Canadian, blocking Trump from rescinding the funds. Aid groups expected to compete for the funding brought the challenge. Trump previously moved to block roughly $4 billion through a so-called pocket rescission, which means that he sent a rescission request to Congress and he's not spending the money while he's waiting for them to decide on the rescission. Now, to be clear, no one disputes the defendants have significant discretion on how to spend the funds, but we're just telling them to spend it. The court is not directing defendants to make payments to any particular recipients, but defendants do not have any discretion as to whether to spend the funds. You don't think so, huh? We'll see. The Daily Caller says the Supreme Court, Trump calls on the Supreme Court to stop the release of $4 billion in foreign aid. Yeah. Illegals are not one of we the people and not entitled to appeals over and over. That's right. And what's this? Pat says, Steve, sometimes you boys get a bit rude and rowdy, but us old ladies understand boys will be boys. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Written without bias, wouldn't that be a hell of an opinion? Yeah, right? Let's see here. All right. I'm just trying to close some tabs. Yeah, so there's all this stuff. Let's do this. Someone sent me this, so we'll just pull this up. This is kind of out of order. What's worse than two old lesbians running with scissors? I don't know. Them laying down and scissoring? Sharia law discriminates not based on religion, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. So exclusive Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights announces a federal investigation into Charlotte over the possible federal civil rights violations for racially biased judgment. This follows the brutal murder of innocent Irina Zarutska by a repeat offender who's been released. I'm looking at other cities for their race-based prosecutions. If there are law enforcement officials in Charlotte who have been information about similar race-based arrest patterns, prosecution patterns, or plea agreements in that city that favors one race over the other, then we would be very much want to hear about it. Well, they should be looking into the two old lesbians scissoring with the runs. Yes, that would be gross. The judge that released that guy, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, owns a rehab facility where these people would go when they would get released. So I think she's breaking the law. The magistrate. That would be due process and equal protection under illegal under federal civil rights laws. Something's wrong with all the evidence. We got to put a stop to it. So let's see. All right, let's see. Let's see what Benny.
Can you summarize right now just what you are looking at here in Charlotte? Like, what are the things? I know that we're close on time here and that we have a limit on time, but given that President Trump just brought it up 3 times in his comments, talking about
3 times he brought it
brutal
up.
and animalistic violence that we see against our citizens and against refugees. What makes this whole thing kryptonite, frankly, for the left is that she is a refugee of Ukraine and war. She was here seeking security. And of course, found that the policies of woke restorative justice were deadlier than a war zone in Ukraine, arguably.
Yeah, well, we do not comment on ongoing investigations in any detail. But, you know, like I said, I am looking at other cities for their race-based prosecution. And, you know, if there are law enforcement officials in
How do you
Charlotte who
do
have
what?
information about similar race-based arrest patterns, prosecution patterns, or plea agreements in that city that favor one race over the other or others, then we would very much want to hear about that, because that would be a due process and equal protection issue and illegal under our federal civil rights laws. And so we'd be interested to hear that. And it's tragic that any American lost their lives to a repeat offender like this. I saw this kind of thing happen regularly in San Francisco, where I lived for almost 25 years. Violent criminals who would prey on the same racial type, for example, in that city, elderly Asian Americans were frequently the targets of violent crime from African-American perpetrators. And they were catch and release, let out again and again and again. And in some instances, actually killing our elderly citizens in our community. So this is wrong. And, you know, with evidence, we can put a stop to it.
Irina's law, that would be interesting. I'm not a lawyer, Harmeet, so I just wouldn't even know how to approach this, but I think everybody sees what the real problem is here, which is that repeat violent criminal offenders that scream at judges that I don't belong in civilized society. I will murder and kill and maim and harm and offend again, continue to be put on the street. The floor is yours.
Well, look, it's very tragic what happened in this jurisdiction. It's the kind of thing that you're seeing happening all over the United States. And from the federal civil rights perspective, my angle is whether there's discrimination occurring by local law enforcement in how they treat offenders. And so, for example, in Hennepin County, Minnesota, we're investigating their blatant policy, which says that they will give preferential plea agreements to people of color. Now, that's illegal under the law. I don't know whether Charlotte has a similar problem. It may be the case, and, you know, we'd love for people with evidence to come forward, whistleblowers to come forward. If they are treating offenders of a particular race more leniently than, say, white offenders, that would be a federal civil rights violation. But we need that evidence before we can take action at the DOJ. You know, to the broader point of whether the federal government can impose sort of sentencing strictures on state court judges, and typically speaking, in our federalism and 10th Amendment analysis division of power, most of the police power in the United States, and that means all the government power really, lies with the states and with localities. What the federal government can do, however, is tie federal grants and federal law enforcement support, which is significant, to basic minimum standards of performance. And so I think that's something that certainly could be looked at by policymakers. And so, you know, you do have to look from a federalism perspective as to whether a federal law governing criminal conduct is consistent with those 10th Amendment concerns.
The video is absolutely chilling, Harmeet, and, you know, it's tough to watch, and you don't even see the full thing. I find that fascinating that we can't see the full video as well, because of course you were able to watch in 4K everything that happened with George Floyd because they wanted a specific result. But nonetheless, even the video that we have is atrocious. And what it looks is...
Oh, no.
is her reference to
Sorry.
thanking media partners for suppressing this video.
Sorry, they got
And that
down.
leads to
I
a
don't know.
question. We've seen other instances of this, of mainstream media coordination, whether
There's been a championing issue where a young man who's a Marine stepped in to prevent something like this from happening. The Dana Penny case, which we covered very clearly.
All right, so there's that. Yeah, so then we got this. Supreme Court calls on, or Trump calls on the Supreme Court to stop the release of $4 billion in foreign aid. Trump administration asked the Supreme Court on Monday to prevent paying out billions in foreign aid. District Court of Appeals issued an order Friday directing it to pay out $4 billion, which the president previously notified Congress he would withhold. So this is Trump told Congress he wants this. Can't show what, or you'd be canceled. Yeah, Israel just drone strike Jim's tabs. Yeah, they did. They took me out. No. So, all right. I hate it's black block. So let's see here. Then this is the Washington Times. Same thing. Trump asked Supreme Court for emergency order to keep billions of dollars in foreign aid frozen. They just wants them to hold it. The Trump administration on Monday asked the Supreme Court for an emergency order to keep billions of dollars in foreign aid frozen. The crux of the legal fight over the nearly $5 billion is that Trump said he would not spend, invoking disputed authority that was last used by a president roughly 50 years ago. Yeah. So, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Mark? How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Last week, Judge Amir Ali ruled the Republican administration's decision to withhold the funds was illegal. So Trump told Speaker Johnson in a letter that he would not spend the $4.9 billion, effectively cutting the budget without going through the legislative branch. It was known as a pocket rescission when a president submits a request to Congress towards the end of a budget year not to spend the approved money. The late notice means Congress cannot act on the request in the required 45-day window, and the money goes unspent. Yeah, so he told them, here's the thing. He wants them to act on it. They're saying there's not enough time, so they're saying he has to spend it because there's not enough time. It doesn't work that way. At least the Congress would have to approve the rescission proposal for the administration to withhold the money. The law is explicit in the congressional action, but they have 45 days. He can hold it for 45 days. See, that's the law. He can hold it for 45 days, waiting for them to approve it. So just because the money's going to be expire within less than 45 days, that's not his problem. That's your problem. Trump has made deep reductions in foreign aid thing. The administration turned to the high court after a panel of appellate judges declined to block his ruling. Solicitor John Sauer called the ruling an unlawful injunction that precipitates an unnecessary emergency and needlessly interbranch conflict. Yeah. Lawyers for the nonprofit organizations that sued said it's the funding freeze that violates the law. No, because they submitted it to Congress to have it rescinded. This marks the third time in this case alone that the administration has run to the Supreme Court in a supposed emergency posture to seek relief. Yeah. But this time to defend the illegal tactic of a pocket rescission. No, he sent the letter to Congress that he wants the money rescinded, so he's waiting on Congress to act. Justice Department told the federal judge last month another $6.5 billion in aid that's been subject to the freeze would be spent before the end of fiscal year. The case has been winding through the courts for months. This case raises questions of immense legal and practical importance. So these judges are trying to force the government to spend your money, my money, our money. What the fuck? We spend less money, not more. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia threw out an earlier injunction Ali had issued that required money be spent, but the three-judge panel did not shut down the lawsuit. After Trump issued the rescission notice, the plaintiffs returned to court, and the judge order is now being challenged. So he issued a rescission notice to Congress, which is what the law specifies, and now they're suing because of that. This judge is overstepping his bounds. Yeah. That's the same story, yeah. Okay, now here we go. On to another news story. Here we go. The Trump administration has launched Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, surging federal law enforcement into the city. Into the city. This ICE operation will target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois because they knew Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker and his sanctuary policies would protect them and allow them to roam free on America's streets. I just got a cramp in my leg. Wow. Liberate Chicago 47. That's right. Trump says, nope, we're going to get some. We're going to get some. Defend the homeland. Let's go. ICE detaining illegal alien vendor in Chicago. There he is. Yeah. Here's President Trump. The surge has begun. Operation Midway Blitz launches in Chicago. Yeah, don't make Congress angry. They'll go on vacation. Yeah, they're actually going, the Senate is going for a recess in like 10 days, I think. Let's just let Trump do recess appointments. Yeah. I was out with one of ICE's teams and we arrested this individual, a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He's been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. Oh, wall.
The surge has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer, let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. He was taken, as you can see here, without incident, but this is all part of the exact sort of violent criminal illegal alien that the ICE operations hope to bring in, apprehend, and ultimately deport. We were riding along with ICE's Deputy Director, Madison Sheehan. She talked a little bit about this operation to us, as well as what she has to say to the Democrats that are criticizing it. Listen.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor. I mean, these criminal aliens have wreaked havoc on the American people for years, and that time is over. And even when we have pushback from Democrat leadership, that's not going to stop us. We're going to continue to go after the worst of the worst, just like somebody who committed sexual assault against a minor.
And this is just day one, Martha. We understand this could go on for weeks as they surge more ICE personnel as well as federal law enforcement partners. Martha?
Very interesting. Yes. I voted for this. Law and order. I voted for this. Watch out for the YNs and the gangbangers. Repeal the 1990 Immigration Act. Repeal the Hart-Celler Act. Save America. 60 million illegals in the U.S. plus 55 million visas need to get the boot. Help treat the invaders like invaders. That's right. By plane. Remigration by casket. Whatever that means. I don't know. It says DHS is launching Operation Midway Blitz. Catapult works. Yes, in honor of Kate Abraham, who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck caused by a criminal illegal alien, Juan Cocobol, in Chicago. Catapult, yes, catapult works. I just want to point out to everybody, all right, before it gets too late, we have roughly 50 minutes left of show, unless we hit the goal. That's all. That's all I'll say one time. The ICE operation will target the criminal illegal alien who flocked to Chicago and Illinois because they knew Governor Pritzker and his sanctuary policies would protect them and allow them to roam on the streets. President Trump and Secretary Noem stand with the victims of the illegal alien crime, while Governor Pritzker stands with the illegal aliens. Oh, let's see. It's a nice video here.
So Katie is one of these unique kids. She had such a unique personality. She was very spirited. She made everyone feel seen. She's very engaging. Her sense of humor was incredible. Her wit was so sharp. She was one of these kids. There were about 8 cousins, first cousins in our family. And even as a little kid, as one of the younger ones, as the adults were talking, she would pick up on everything. She was so bright that way. Like whatever we were saying, we assumed the kids weren't really understanding or getting. And she was able to pick up on it right away, where she was even telling the other cousins, here's what's going on, kind of thing. On the morning of the 19th, they were at a stoplight and they were hit in the rear driver's side at almost 80 miles an hour without any swerving, braking. They wound up dying on the scene, and a friend of hers wound up dying the next day in the hospital.
We didn't know that the person who killed Katie was an illegal immigrant until Tuesday. So she was killed on Sunday. We didn't find out until Tuesday. And the Urbana Police Department was great in getting us the information as soon as they could, but they didn't know where he was. It's that much more difficult to comprehend. Now this person's on the loose. We don't know where he is. They suspected he was trying to flee.
Here's a guy that wasn't productive, wasn't a good citizen, and he barreled into a vehicle with 5 women into it. And his first instinct was to get out of the car and run. And then within a day and a half was almost at the Mexico border. So to me, these are not the productive folks we want to bring in the country. You want to build a country on migrants, probably not the guy you want to stand behind to build the countries. Katie received no due process. And I know they like to use certain terms like disappeared and taken, snatched. But let me tell you, Katie was disappeared, taken, snatched, received no due process at all.
Yeah, no due
And
process.
the difference here is Katie was disappeared from us forever. We will never see my little girl again. When you talk about due process, I wish she was in another country or in some detention center I can go see her, but she's not, and I'll never see her again.
It's our understanding that he was deported in 2016. And then, as Joe stated, he came back using a fake alias. Why do these people who break these laws, who are not U.S. citizens, deserve due process? Because again, Katie got nothing. She got death.
We do need to secure the border. That's been very clear now because it has been abused for obviously specific reasons. And I think what he's doing is the right thing to do. We can't have unaudited folk. In the big, beautiful bill, there is a lot of resources around securing the border and sort of doing the right things as far as migrants, because again, there should be a distinction between legal and illegal.
The law is the law as it is today, and people need to be responsible for enforcing the current law, which is not happening, and that's what got Katie killed.
It's so gut-wrenching every day, and I wish I could explain it, but it's as if just this large piece of you's gone, it'll never be back, and you've just got to move forward with it. And we have other kids, and we're trying to stiff up our lip, but it is the most devastating thing, and no one should have to do and go through what we're going through right now. And it could have been avoided. Katie was killed by someone who really could have been vetted and not been in this country, and she would be here with us today.
Thousands
It's important for us to continue to tell Katie's story. We want change to happen so that other families don't have to deal with this.
Right. Thousands of these a year. Thousands of these a year. I don't care if they want a better life. Now leaving Illinois. Leaving so soon, was it something we taxed? Hold my beer. That's right. So ICE launches Operation Midway Bridge. The operation is in honor of Katie Abraham and Chloe Polzin, who were killed in a drunk driving crash caused by illegal alien in Illinois. There's no such thing as a sanctuary city anymore. If you're here illegally, you'll be found and deported. Well, this one should go to prison and then deported. They better start signing up to self-deport. Your opposers, Trump administration launches Operation Midway Brits to target illegal aliens and fight violent crime in Chicago. Right. Good. You said you hope they gather biodata from these people so we can identify them the next time they try to come here illegally. I think they do take DNA samples from all the ones that they deport. It Kim Katie, USA. Terrorist attempts to block federal vehicle outside an ICE facility in Chicago. Looks like felony obstruction to me. Let's see. Yeah, that's just like felony obstruction. Yeah. Arrest this guy. And while you're at it, shampoo his hair with some birch or some oak or some maple. That's what I would do. Some wood shampoo. What an idiot standing in front of a 3,500-pound automobile. Yeah. Just like the fact that these people who would be convicted of felonies can no longer purchase their own firearms. Yeah, that's great. Get them. And so here's the statement from the Department of Homeland Security. Don't know if I covered it. Trump's finally going to clean up NOLA. I haven't heard anything about NOLA, but I know they're targeting a whole bunch of cities. If you, let me see if, let's see. Well, just a couple days ago, he was talking about sending it to New Orleans. ICE operates Operation NOLA was on his list, yeah, to target criminal legal aliens terrorizing American cities. Yeah. So I think we read all this stuff. That's the girl that was killed. DH is launching Operation Midway Blitz. And it's a handful of the worst illegal aliens and gang members, traffickers, and rapists who were released back onto the streets of Chicago. Wow, look at this guy. Gabriel Javale Gavaz, 38-year-old criminal alien from Mexico, convictions of battery, aggravated assault, DUI, trespassing, criminal damage to property, both decently violation of order of protection, multiple assaults. He's a Latin King gang member. Oh. ICE lodged a detainer against him 12 separate times. Oh. Each time Cook County Jail did not enter the detainer. Who's this one? Javier Carmelo Casillas Gomez, criminal legal alien. ICE lodged a detainer at him. And they released. And this one is Victor Manuel Gomez Atrano. He was Ricardo Salas Muro. He was released by ICE. So yeah, so you see, this is what they're going after all these guys. Ricardo Salas Muro, Daniel Hernandez Caina, Carlos Yoheri Gonzalez Montero. And Gateway Pundit says, here we go. Trump administration launches Operation Midway Blitz to crack down on criminal illegals in Chicago and throughout Illinois. Long-awaited federal crackdown on illegal alien crime in Chicago has finally arrived. Yeah, I think, yeah, but with New Orleans, Governor Landry, he's a Republican, if I'm not mistaken. He asked them to go ahead and come. There's other Republican governors that that asked them to come in, so it's not even going to be a problem. DHS Operation Midway Blitz is in honor of a woman killed by a drunk driver. DHS stated the operation will target criminal legal aliens who flock to Chicago because Prickster is a prick. Please listen to that. They reported Trump administration planning federal law enforcement operation, potential National Guard deployment in the Windy City after at least 14 people were killed and 100 were injured in shootings over the last 2 weekends. Uh, 200 or more Homeland Security officials will be deployed to the city. National Guard may also be deployed. And they set the internet ablaze when he posted a meme that said "Chipocalypse now," which is just a joke. These people take it so seriously. Governor Landry is MAGA, yeah. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Yeah, so that's what they said. Then you got the same thing here. Midway Blitz from the New York Post. Newsmax, Operation Midway Blitz. And then you got this. DeSantis says it's a good satire, but it's also something Democrat-run cities have done in the past. Yeah. Democrats, mayors report violent crime down 40% since they reclassified and redefined what violent and crime mean. Yeah, that's what they do. That's how they do. Democrat mayors report violent crime is down. They redefined it. There's actually almost no crime when you look at it a certain way, said Muriel Bowser. Ever since we determined the word violent shouldn't include murders, rapes, assaults, or armed robberies, where crime doesn't really have anything to do with committing acts that violate the law, we've seen a noticeable drop in violent crime. There you go. Yeah, so here's Mark Randazza says, they declared war on the United States, killed them all. Says a gang member flashes a Latin King sign and calls on gangs to take action as the National Guard deploys to the city. Says, oh my God, what's this? Let's see. Oh, let's see.
Man, Trump talking about something. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Nigga, you about to find out why it's called direct. The fuck, goofy ass nigga. We ain't scared of.
Shut your ass up. You niggas killed me with that dumbass shit. I got a 100-round drum switch. Puss ass nigga. Nigga slap the fuck out you. Nobody else. You.
Yeah,
Put your
Joe's
ass
still
in
going.
handcuffs. Just
I
slap
know.
the fuck out your ass again. You really think your 100-round clip gonna do something, huh? You really think that motherfucker dumbass switch gonna do something? You won't even know there's a motherfucking threat, nigga. You niggas are stupid. All you did your whole life was steal, so you don't know where the fuck the real guns come from. Stupid motherfuckers. You got to be a stupid motherfucker to go and threaten the goddamn military. What the fuck is wrong with you? Your face is on here. Nigga, you won't be one of the people that do a motherfucking thing. Dumbass nigga. Boy.
Man, Trump talking about something Chicago about to find out.
That was some funny business right there. Can't stop laughing. This made my day. Priceless. Andrew Tate says hysterical. Yeah, because here we go. This is what's going on. At least 18 people have been shot, 5 fatally in Chicago shootings since this weekend alone. Just this weekend. Yeah, see? The mayor is fighting to allow this to continue. The protests are fighting to allow this to continue. Yeah, they're fighting to allow the 18 shot and all these people murdered. And then you got this is what they're also allowing. Prosecutors say they killed the Lyft driver, Adriana Arocha Duque. One is also accused of murdering an Uber driver while on bail. Another got killed when he tried to rob a CCL holder. Another had 14 juvenile adjudications, including attempted murder. What do you know? Look at them. Oh. Rideshare murder team's mayhem is detailed. Rest in peace, Adriana Aroca Duque. Like the fat pander says, big cities have crime. Shooting on the Eisenhower Expressway temporarily shuts down lanes during rush hour. Hey, man, we've been trying to prevent crime, and it's been working. Yeah. Didn't do nothing muffins. And this is the CWB. The rideshare murder team's mayhem is detailed in shocking court documents. When a Chicago police announced on Friday that an 18-year-old man had been charged with the murder of Lyft driver Adriana Aroca Duque at the Christmas time 2023, it marked just the latest chapter in the extraordinary tale of how much harm a small group of violent young men can afflict. So far, 3 have been charged in connection with Aroca Duque's death. A 4th will be facing charges too, a law enforcement source said, if he had not been shot and killed earlier this year. Anyway, so when he tried to rob a concealed carry holder in Humboldt Park, and one of the men previously charged with Aroca Duque's murder is also accused of killing another rideshare driver just 3 weeks before her death. The accused, on Friday, prosecutors charged 18-year-old Darius Young with participating in Aroca Duque's December 26, 2023 killing. Last month, prosecutors charged 2 others with her murder, 18-year-old Antoine Conyers and 30-year-old Cameron Freeman. Conyers, Freeman, Diane Faisal, and Darius Young. I think Faisal's the one that got killed, right? Freeman was charged in the 2024 with murdering another rideshare driver, 29-year-old Uber driver Mohammed Al-Hajjaj, on December 3rd, 2023. During hearings for Freeman and Conyers last month, prosecutors identified the 4th member of the robbery crew as 18-year-old Dayon Faisal. Dayane Faisal? I don't know. It's a good thing Bella's head has bumpers on it. Yeah, she'll escape off of there, but she just lays up on the bumper anyway. On June 10th of this year, investigators believe Faisal hijacked a car and robbed 2 people before he unwisely tried to rob a concealed carry holder in the 1400 block of North Artesian. The CCL holder drew his weapon and shot Faisal dead. Yeah, Artesian, that's right off of Kedzie. Or Kedzie, or is it Western? I think maybe it's Western, actually, right off of Western. The murder of Adriana Aroca Duque, 34, was one of at least 7 rideshare drivers targeted in robberies and shootings on the near west side during December. She and Al-Hajjaj were the only 2 killed. Prosecutors say the night Aroca Duque's death began when Young coordinated the crime with Faisal using an iCloud account that belonged to someone who had been robbed the day before. Faisal allegedly sent Yunt a Google Street View image of a cul-de-sac in the 4800 block of West Thomas and noted the lack of cameras. He also said the group could hide at his nearby apartment after the crime. Aroca Duque picked up the group near her Chevrolet Suburban in a 2100 block of North Leamington. Surveillance video captured the SUV pulling into West Thomas, suddenly braking and lurching forward into a parked car. Prosecutors say that one of the passengers had just shot her in the back of the head. The 4 offenders fled to Faisal's apartment. One was seen carrying a gun. Investigators later found spent shell casings inside the SUV and a vape cartridge that allegedly tested positive for Freeman's DNA. Executing a search warrant at Conyers' home, police also recovered a shredder filled with documents linked to other robberies, according to prosecutors. They said he had 14 juvenile adjudications, including attempted murder, 2 carjackings, and 11 armed robberies. Conyers, Freeman, and Young have all been detained on charges including murder, armed robbery, and unlawful restraint. Freeman's other murder allegation. Barely a month after the judge removed an ankle monitor Freeman had been wearing while awaiting trial on a stolen SUV charge. Prosecutors say he and others lured Uber driver Ali Hajjaj into a deadly ambush. 39-year-old father working towards a doctorate while running his own limousine company was shot multiple times in his Cadillac Escalade. He had immigrated from Jordan 15 years earlier. Prosecutors say one of Freeman's accomplices in that murder, 18-year-old Diane Kelly, accidentally shot himself and dropped the murder weapon as they fled in the limo. Days later, Freeman pleaded guilty to his stolen car case, received probation, and in order to get a GED. Rather than doing that, prosecutors say he helped murder Aroca Duque. Aroca Duque. Aroca Duque. More to come. Prosecutors suggested court hearings for the 3 men that at least 2 other people may have been involved in the events culminating in Aroca Duque's death. It's unclear if additional charges will follow. For now, 3 alleged crew members sit in detention. 1 is dead, and 2 rideshare drivers are also gone. Stark evidence of how much destruction a small group of repeat offenders is capable of dishing out. That's right. That's why releasing these people back onto the street is always a mistake, because it's a very small group of people that are committing the vast majority of the crimes. You know. Chicago shootings, at least 18 dead, 6 fatally, and weekend gun violence across the city. Just call it gang violence. What they used to call it gang violence, now they call it gun violence. I don't understand it.
Residents and healthcare providers, Vora, saying Illinois residents and healthcare providers should be assured that in Illinois, we will follow the science and data to provide the most credible, informed recommendations. Waiting for that guidance is Donna Dynick, the operations manager at Rosen's Morseview Pharmacy in Rogers Park.
It's a lot of confusion, a lot of confusion.
Dynick says Rosen's Pharmacy visits assisted living facilities and administers COVID vaccines. Now she's concerned that not everyone will be eligible.
The guidelines need to be cut in stone, and they need to be clear for the public, clear for medical professionals, everything just so that we know who qualifies.
Dr. Ravi Javeri is the head of infectious diseases at Lurie Children's Hospital. He has sat in on meetings with...
I'm confused. What is this? Oh, this is live 24/7. Never mind. So at least 18 people have been shot, 6 fatally in shootings across Chicago this weekend. Weekend's gun violence comes after at least 58 people were shot, 8 fatally across the city over Labor Day weekend. Oh yeah, over Labor Day. Friday night, a South Loop business employee fatally shot a man during a fight. Police say the shooting happened at a business near 13th Street and Michigan Avenue. 31-year-old man got in a fight with another man, 32-year-old worker. Police said the employee pulled out a gun, and after a brief startle, the fire went off, striking the 31-year-old in the head. Chicago Fire Department treated the man, but he died at the scene. Yeah, multiple offenders of the same crimes cannot be rehabilitated. Prove me wrong. Well, I would tend to agree. Not before a long stint in jail. But generally speaking, what happens is you have these people that are committing crimes, and then they get let out and they just keep committing the same crimes over and over again. They'll have 20, 30 crimes under their belt before they finally go to jail. And it's like, why? Why let this go on? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Just doesn't. All right, we got 27 minutes left. Let's see what happens. Saturday morning, a man was shot to death on the city's west side. Police say shooting happened in the Lawndale neighborhood. The victim was transported to Stroger Hospital, which is Cook County Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. A man was found shot to death in a home in the city's south side. 42-year-old man was found around 10:49 a.m. in a residence at 300 block of West 93rd Street, Princeton Park. He had a gunshot wound in the body and was pronounced dead. Circumstances were not known. So yeah, so see all these. There's lots of shootings in Chicago. It's not getting any better. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got this story, this stuff happening here. You got 2 years after son was paralyzed in Highland Park shooting. Mom says the road recovery is unbelievably difficult. This is why it has to stop. This crimes like this have to stop. It just has to stop. Put an end to it. Then we got this. We also got this, which we got Operation Patriot 2.0 is underway. Boston Herald reports. Yeah. Herald ride along with immigration enforcement surge. Worst first, ICE tells Howie. That's right. Deport them all. Enjoy ice cold glass of get the fuck out of deportation. Okay. So we'll say this, show you this right here. So I did a search just to see what it was because I was having trouble finding information. So it says Operation Patriot 2.0 is an immigration and customs enforcement initiative targeting non-citizens with prior arrests in cities like Boston aimed at increasing deportations under the Trump administration. Implement the chain gangs again. Hey, Cool Frog is ready to stream. Thank you so much, Cool Frog. This operation follows a previous enforcement campaign. And Operation Patriot 2.0 is a recent initiative by Customs and Border Patrol. And the operation specifically targets what ICE describes as the worst of the worst: sex offenders, pedophiles, murderers, drug dealers, gang members. The operation is expected to last for several weeks with a significant presence in the federal agents in the Boston area. Hey, what's up? So glad. Cool Frog Raid. Thank you very much. Thank you very, 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 very much. Everybody who's here from the Cool Frog Raid. Please hit the like button and, hang out for a while. Be here for at least a little while longer talking about some stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Massachusetts Governor Healy has criticized the operation. Yeah, of course she did. And a power grab. Boston Mayor Wu has expressed concern, stating that the city likes to protect these illegal alien murderers and criminals, and how dare you? A spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security has defended the operation, asserting that it's necessary to remove dangerous individuals from the community. Yeah. So then Google has the same kind of information about it, basically. Department of Homeland Security stated the operation to target criminal illegal aliens. Good. The enforcement action was announced following the Trump administration. Oh yeah, so there's that. Then we got this story from Boston 5. What do we know about the crackdown, Patriot 2.0 in Greater Boston? We're going to find out. What we're going to do? We're going to find out right now.
Whenever news breaks, Boston's breaking news leader takes you there.
Following breaking news first on 5.
Live on the scene.
Live at Logan Airport. Live in Boston.
And breaking in your feed.
Only on 5.
News Center 5, Boston's breaking news leader.
Video coming in this afternoon of immigration roundups in Massachusetts. We've been seeing people taken into custody in places like Lowell and Lynn. Our David Meedig is live in Boston with more on this. David.
Good afternoon, Jessica. This immigration operation, which the Trump administration has dubbed Patriot 2.0, started late last week. And so far, immigration officials have not said how many people they have detained so far in Massachusetts. One video posted online shows a woman and a man being taken into custody this morning in Lowell. And another shows two agents, including one carrying a long gun, approaching an apartment building in Lynn. Now, a neighbor there tells us that she was watching from across the street when a young man from that building was taken away.
And that's when I see they took my neighbor's son, which he's American, born and raised here. I know him since he was a little kid from other street in Lynn. So I called the mom and I asked him, and he said, don't worry, but I called the mom to let them know that they took one of her sons.
Oh, she sounds like she's an illegal alien.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu says she is hearing anecdotal information about these ICE activities, but she says the city has asked ICE to provide details about who is being detained, why, and where they're being held, and has received no information. The mayor says Boston is considering some sort of legal action about this immigration crackdown, but so far has not filed anything in court. Live in Boston, David Bieniek, WCBB News Center 5.
All right, David, thanks. As a reminder,
Yeah, so federal agents are conducting an enforcement surge in Boston, but few details are known beyond the name of the effort. As the surge suggests, it's an effort to sequel to the previous enforcement campaign. Officials touted 1,500 arrests during original Operation Patriot in May. Oh, so they already did this. I thought it was just something else. They already did this in the. Hey, Groiper, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you back again. So far, officials have not provided updates on the operation, but videos appear to show actions. One shows a man and woman being taken into custody in Lowell. Another shows agents approaching an apartment in Lynn. And this lady says they took her neighbor's son when she's American, born and raised. We'll see. But how would she know? Was she there? Probably a liar. Mayor Wu said the city's not received any information. Looking at the individuals being arrested by the Boston Police Department that are actionable cases for us. People that we have tried to take into custody, we've lodged detainers with and wanted to arrest. We have 71 individuals that are out there, out and about in these communities that we still haven't been able to locate. Meanwhile, Trump administration is suing Boston over claims Boston Trust Act, which prevents local police from cooperating with federal civil immigration enforcement, violates the Constitution. Massachusetts authorities are also subject to a 2017 ruling from Supreme Judicial Court that found the state law provides no authority for Massachusetts court officers to arrest and hold an individual solely on the basis of a federal civil immigration detainer. During an interview, Governor Healy said political theater. Yeah, arresting criminals that murder people and hurt people is political theater. That's all it is. That's what Democrats think. That's all that Democrats always think. It's just political theater. Political teeter. Teeter-totter-toter. That's what they think. Wu's top rival in the primary election, Josh Kraft, also shared his opposition to the federal action. Attorney General Joy Campbell released a Know Your Rights guide for immigrants in states' communities. They have no rights. They're illegal aliens. Get them out the fuck out of here. Unnecessary to have ICE here. It's unnecessary to have ICE here. Of course, I stand with our immigrant community that are working hard, said Kraft. Oh, of course he did. Fucking scumbag. ICE begins immigration crackdown in Massachusetts. Oh, Massachusetts nonprofits are worried ICE is set to begin a crackdown in Boston. Yeah, U.S. Immigration Customs once again targeting Massachusetts with an immigration crackdown. They launched Operation Patriot 2.0. Oh.
We haven't seen increased activity, but the announcement is spreading fear among people in the undocumented community. WBZ's Paul Burton is live in Framingham. And Paul, we know people were frightened even before this.
Illegal aliens, what you're saying.
Yeah, undocumented folks are afraid to come out of their homes, are afraid to go to work. And local nonprofits are now scrambling to try and figure out ways to serve this population who are in desperate need of support.
No, they need to go home.
With reports that ICE is once again targeting Massachusetts.
President Trump's prioritized sanctuary cities because sanctuary cities knowingly release illegal alien public safety threats to the streets every day.
And the Department of Homeland Security launching what they are calling Operation Patriot 2.0, a new initiative designed to crack down hard on undocumented immigrants throughout the state.
The masks and the guns and that's a scary place to be.
Places like Daniel's Table in Framingham are feeling the impact. They are a food nonprofit that services thousands of families a year. But now many of the immigrants they serve are too afraid to come in and pick up the items they need.
You come here for food and something happens and you have 2 young children sitting at home that have no idea where their mother is. Those are the situations that we're trying to negotiate, to try to figure out.
And he's not alone. Cities and towns across the state are scrambling to adjust and are deeply concerned about the potential increase in ICE raids, especially in Boston, where Mayor Michelle Wu has been criticized by the Department of Homeland Security, calling her a public safety threat with her so-called sanctuary city policies.
Boston is going to continue to uphold the Boston Trust Act, our state law, and the clear separation where our local officials and our city government does not cooperate in the mass deportation efforts that this federal administration is trying to push.
Meanwhile, David Blaze continues to stack shelves at Daniel's Table. And for those who don't show up, they will start to have to make special deliveries.
It's painful for us because we know they're out there.
Oh, well, tell us where they are. We can get rid
And
of them.
Blaze says Daniel's Tables is working very hard to try and figure out new strategies to reach those in the immigrant population.
So basically, this guy, Daniel's Tables, is admitting that he violates the law. He's helping, aiding the hiding them. Sanctuary policies like those pushed by Mayor Wu not only attract and harbor criminals, but also places these public safety threats above the interests of law-abiding American citizens. ICE is arresting sex offenders, pedophiles, murderers, drug dealers, and gang members released by local authorities. Boston Mayor Wu has consistently pushed back against federal immigration enforcement. Yeah, she's a communist Marxist, a member of the CCP who needs to get deported back to China. For years, ICE has provided ICE is doing all this stuff, and they hear reports of ICE agents taking parents as they were dropping their kids off at school. Good. Take them anytime, anywhere. Get them out of here. Yeah, Massachusetts governor accuses Trump of power grab. Oh yeah, it's a power grab to enforce federal law. Yeah. That guy knows where they are. Tell us where they're at. He should, right? He's like, oh, we're going to have to go find them to bring them food and stuff. No, we'll take care of it. Just tell us where they're at. We'll get them the food. We'll make sure we feed them on the way out. Give them a free plane trip home with food. Yeah, Massachusetts governor calls Trump action political theater. Yeah. Oh well. Shit happens. Look, I'll say I'm a former prosecutor. I'm a former attorney general. I've said many times, including the Trump administration that I support as attorney general, now as governor, everything we can do to public safety, Healy said. But we want to keep all the illegals here. We need those votes. We need the votes. Department of Homeland Security spokesman said ICE launched 2.0 to target the worst of the worst. Sanctuary policies, yeah. So we read all that. So okay. All right, let's see here. What's this? Oh, this is good. All right, I gotta refresh a couple things here. Do this. All right, so here we go. So this Banksy, which appeared overnight on the side of the Royal Courts of Justice building in London, is extremely powerful. Yeah, so Banksy went there and drew this thing. Sees the courts basically beating people because they have no freedom of speech in England. Also, the timing, the placement, it's perfect. And if someone pointed out to the comments, the excellent photos circulating are from his own Instagram, and this has just made it more powerful. Yeah, see, they went and blocked it. Oh, yes. Yes, you can't see. You see? It's accurate. The Banksy, definitely accurate. The Banksy artwork of a judge attacking a neutral protester appears outside the Royal Court Justice amid free speech controversy. Yeah, see? Great art. The further the society drifts from truth, the more we'll hate those that speak it. George Orwell. This guy says, you mean this one? And this guy says, the Grift report from this guy Grifty says, well, 1 hour after new Banksy was revealed, mocking the courts for censoring people, the courts censored it by covering it up, proving his point. Yeah, no, you can't see it. We're going to stand here like this. You can't see this stuff. As Elon Musk says, the more they try to cover it up, the more it will appear. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, what's this? UK immediately covered up the new Banksy, commenting on the arrest of peaceful protesters. This would be a shame if it showed up everywhere. Mm-hmm. UK state just covered up the new two-tier justice system artwork by Banksy. This is how the UK has fallen. You will not be allowed to see, speak, or hear any information the authorities decide is harmful. Ask yourself, harmful to who? And this is from Elon Musk, says, releasing a mass murder with no monitoring is obviously extremely dangerous to the public. Because here, you got that stuff going on, and then you got the, look at this. So a UK judge wishes convicted Al-Qaeda terrorist who killed 52 in the London bus bombing all the best as he prepares to walk free in Britain. Yeah. Just be great if Banksy does another one of them covering it up. Hey, good night, Steve. Good night, Steve. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. But Sir Robert J. sympathized with the Al-Qaeda terrorist Haroon Aswat, who will be released from the hospital without ankle tag monitoring because of a loophole which forbids checks on psychiatric patients despite fears he remains a threat. What is even the UK anymore? What even is the UK anymore? This is nuts. Just nuts. Yeah. Yeah, let this guy see this idiot is going to let this idiot out who killed 52 people and go, thank you, have a nice day. But then they're going to arrest people for talking. The UK has been conquered. The Monty Pythonization of the UK continues unabated. It does. Yeah. And while that goes on, it says the UK sent 5 cops to arrest a comedian returning to the country for making a trans joke on X. I wish I was surprised, but this has become the norm in the UK. Insanely, extremely selective enforcement of indefensible anti-free speech laws. Heathrow Police Station, this guy was confiscated. He was taken into custody for making a joke in America on Twitter. Mm-hmm. And a man has been arrested in the UK for calling someone a muppet. Yes, that's right. Calling someone a muppet. A muppet. A muppet. Muppet, 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 Muppet. What's up, Muppet? Hello, puppet. Hello, Muppet. I didn't even think that was, I thought in Britain and UK, they used to language like this all the time. I wish it was a joke. It isn't. It's absolute insanity. It is. It's absolute insanity.
So I've been sat around there all this time. Yeah, you decide to come and talk to me when I'm leaving.
Well, if you're going back to me, you're under arrest for Section 4A public order offence.
Just give us your camera.
I'll explain the circumstances.
Listen, all I'm going to say is, do you guys really want to do this?
Yes, we do.
Right, you're arresting me for what offence?
Section 4A public order.
Public order for what? Taking pictures?
Hang
on a minute. Are you body cam on? Are you recording? Can you identify yourself, please? All of you.
PC 692.
PC 1823.
870.
Sergeant.
1823.
1823.
Yeah. Put your hands to your back then.
Is this really necessary?
You called someone
at the minute, we don't know if you're carrying anything that might harm us. We don't know anything about you.
Oh, that's fair.
Can't see your face, just out of precaution.
All right, let me just speak. That's a fair comment. I'll let you have that. But I don't have anything what's going to harm you.
Everybody says that to us, don't they?
And I'm actually just going to go in lobby because it's a beautiful lobby. I'm going to get some, because I ain't got any stills.
My colleague's going to tell you the circumstances for why you've been arrested.
Am I being arrested or being detained?
Been arrested. I was sent to caution.
Arrested?
Yeah.
Well, what have I done wrong?
Did you hear the caution?
Public order.
Do you know the caution again, or are you?
Well, what have I done? Tell me what I've done.
There's been a member of the public who you've apparently been shouting at, calling him a muppet.
Right, I'm up it. Yeah, and
you caused him alarm and distress.
She's very upset.
Right. Well, I'm gonna be straight with you guys now.
Don't
Right.
forget you're under caution.
You're under caution.
I can feel you shaking. I can feel you shaking. Calm down.
Shaking, mate.
Calm down. You are shaking.
Right, you've got your rights.
I'm gonna tell you now.
Should we go into the office?
Calling somebody a muppet.
Calling somebody a muppet is against the law. Yeah, that's a joke. The police need shutting down and starting again. Let's be honest, they're corrupted by woke nonsense and have been for decades. The cops are the enemy. Carly Spaghetti armed enemies. What a fag country. Yeah, Archie Bunker was right. England is a fag country. UK police are fucking muppets. The UK needs free speech. UK speech crackdown sees up to 30 people a day arrested for petty offenses such as retweets and cartoons. It's time for real change. A 15-year-old migrant put in a UK school turned out to be 21. After sexually harassing girls, he later murdered a Royal Marine. Authorities then discovered he'd already killed 2 people in Serbia. Huh. This is the United Kingdom, and it must change.
One case, Bournemouth. So a young migrant comes. He comes to the UK. He says he's 15. He's put into school in Bournemouth, right? He causes problems at school. He sexually harasses girls at school. When he gets to 19, he stabs a young Royal Marine in the heart and murders it. Yeah, in the town centre. At that point, he's arrested from the murder. Guess what? They find out he's 25, which means when he was brought into the school, he was actually 21. Guess what they then find out? He shot 2 people dead in Serbia with an AK-47. And then, so he shot 2 people dead. He comes through our border. He gets put in the classroom next to one of our daughters. He sexually harasses them, and then he murders a young Englishman. Now, if that was a one-off, it's not. Do you know when the riots went on, Russell, in the UK after Stockport? Do you know they went on in Hull? What they don't tell you is a Muslim migrant left the hotel in Hull and he stabbed an old age British pensioner to death. Of course, people outside the hotel. What they don't tell you is in Yarmouth, they left where people were protesting, migrant left the hotel and raped a woman. What they don't tell you in Tamworth, Mohammed left the hotel and raped a woman. So when people are protesting outside, rather than have the legitimate discussion about why people are angry, what they did is blanketed it, politicized it as far right.
Oh, far right. Yeah, politicize it as far right. That's what they're doing. Watch the whole interview here with Russell Brand. Excellent interview. Truth Matters. Loving memory of Irina Zarutska. A British man protested politely at Pride and was arrested by 11 cops in the UK. If you're a white British, you have no right to speak. J.D. Vance was right.
Currently, I'm being arrested for expressing freedom of speech. I currently am wearing a sign which says the trans flag, which is included in the Pride demonstration at great lengths, equals mental illness, which is greatly the case. That is why young people have been mutilated. That is why young people have been, and that's why the Tavistock clinic was closed down for mutilating young people. I'm now going to be searched. Apparently, I'm provoking. Apparently, what I'm doing is harmful. I've done nothing wrong. I've exercised my right to demonstrate. I've exercised my right to protest. I've exercised my inalienable rights, God-given. The UK used to be free. Did you remember those times? But in lockdown, we didn't see that, did we? We saw the police behave horrifically. We saw see what the police are doing now, cuffing me for what? Freedom of expression, freedom of speech, inciting nothing. I had calm, rational debates with people. I was not disrespectful. I love people. I'm a Christian. Of course, police don't like Christians these days. Can I have your attention for a second? They prefer Muslims. As I said to you. No, actually, I identify as a woman. Can I have a woman search me? Section 32 search me down by the arrest. 30 right. Stu, are you right to report? Before we go, can you inform me of this? So you've been arrested for a public order offence, which has been expensive.
I'm just going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 officers to arrest this man for wearing this sign. You need 9 officers to do that, apparently. this is what our taxes are going on. So hope you enjoy spending. Good Lord, 9 officers. Oh, 10 and 11 officers now. Wow. Anyone would think that you thought he was a physical threat. Bloody hell, this is 1, 2, 3.
In the wise words of raw milk conspiracy, no comment.
Wow. White British traders don't ask police. That's right.
Soon I'll think things.
Have any of you read Animal Farm by any chance? No? It's really backwards. This is all just very backwards. Do you not see the irony of it? I know you can't say, but all right, when you get home tonight, just think about the bloody irony of it. It's ridiculous. 11 officers. Is there not anything better that these men could be doing with their time right now? Stopping other crimes, maybe, or non-crime hate incidents, since, everyone loves those now.
Mm-hmm. Police in Britain are blowing off some steam after a long day of arresting people for social media posts and turning a blind eye to grooming gangs. Look at them. Look at them. Oh yeah, this is all cool. This is what the British police. This is what they're all. They should all be fucking scumbags. Look at it. Ridiculous. Fucking joke. Wow. Watch police officers spring into action as this man threatens their very existence right in front of them. Actually, it doesn't happen at all. They just ignore this guy for threatening him. Migrant threatens to kill police in front of officers. They do nothing.
Remember this face. I will kill this police. Remember this face. Remember, you will see on the news. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Look this face. You look like from there making a video. Remember this face. I will kill this police. Remember this face. Remember, you will see on the news. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Look this face. You look like from there making a video. Remember this face. I will kill this police. Remember this face. Remember, you will see on the news. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Look this face. You look like from there making a video. Remember this face. I will kill this police. Remember this face. Remember, you will see on the news. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it.
Mm-hmm. This is the same police right here. No, Joe didn't do a raid when he ended his stream. He ended it without a raid. It's no big deal though. I'm not staying that much longer anyway. I don't know. I think he's mad at me or something. This is like the third time I've asked him to give me a redirect and he didn't do it. So I don't know if he's pissed or something. So I don't know. He's mad about something. Nothing I can do about it. I don't know. Oh well. Anyway, these are the same cops arresting a woman for silently praying. But that guy threatening to murder him, and they don't do nothing. British cops were out jogging jogging outfits to elicit catcalls, and then arrested some men who hit on them. Yeah. I can send you a private message. You think you know what's up with him? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. He's got my phone number. He can call me or respond. Nothing I can do about it. But yeah, can you believe this? They arrested people. They arrested people for catcalling them. Ridiculous. English police are possibly the worst ever. Arrests captured on camera. One officer even pepper sprays her colleague. This is funny. They pepper spray themselves.
Okay, ladies.
Detaining section, what a pace! You're detaining section, what a pace! Stop resisting!
Will
you move this on?
What for?
Can we get your power out? Power break.
Girls, what are you doing?
Stop resisting!
Filming, just filming.
Oh, dickhead! Oh, you sprayed me in the eye as well.
You sprayed my kid.
Oh, you.
Can you film it? Can you call help?
Right now.
I just.
Oh, fuck. You okay?
No. I've been ambushed. I have been ambushed. I have been ambushed.
You okay?
I've been ambushed. I've been ambushed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna. Yeah. All right. All right. No, you move.
No.
I'm gonna go out. I'm going out.
Get out.
I'm going out. Okay.
Listen, we're coming out your dress. We're coming out your dress. Let go.
Relax.
Right, that's all you had to do.
You fucking strain me out.
Well, you wasn't cooperating.
Wait.
You didn't even do anything. Police.
No, I'm not.
You didn't even do anything.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on me. Okay.
Man.
Okay.
I think British has the same problems with the female police as we do here. You know. Look at this. I'm the cop who set Maddie's suspect free. Yeah. I'm the cop who set Maddie's suspect free. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Joe's done. I know he's done. I'm about done here too, though. Unfortunately, we're almost 5 hours in, and so I've more than made up for the early dismissal last night. Maddie suspect. Look at this. Maddie suspect is a rapist and child abuser, but his human rights were violated, says cop who secured his early release. The agent admitted that she was motivated by revenge after falling out with her colleagues at the German FBI. Anyway, so a German FBI agent who paved the way for the Madeleine McCann prime suspect to walk free says she knew he was a rapist and pedophile, but feared that his human rights were being violated. So whoever this cop is should be taken out and handled. Oh, well, thanks, MC Bernhardt. That's great. But fear that, yeah, so Rebecca is today revealed that the mystery donor paid $1,300 court fine owed by Christian Birker as she felt sorry for him. So this woman is obviously in love with this guy or something. She's a crazy person. Look at her. Yeah. And so she paid his fine. And now she's doing something to get him released. Yeah. It's been revealed as a mystery donor who paid the fee owed by him. Oh, you saved this for me? Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Brian. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girl, thank you so much. We're not going to make it tonight. That's all. It's not going to happen. We're way too far gone to make it. So, yeah. So the person who murdered and raped this girl is going free because a fat slob of a cop wants to have sex with the guy that was locked up. That's the bottom line. That's the story here. Story. She said the convicted pedophile and rapist who's fined related to cases of assault, document forgery, and drunkenness from nearly a decade holds. I felt sorry for him. He claimed to have been tortured, and I believe his rights might have been infringed. So he said he was tortured. So, oh my God, I thought his human rights had been violated in the same way I felt my human rights had been violated by my former colleagues. Oh. So she divulged secrets about the investigation to his legal team, though it claims it was an innocent error. If this person is not immediately found and she thought it was a completely honest mistake, I thought they already knew. I already gave all these stuff, so yeah. Secret evidence. However, she later changed her mind, ensuring Brunker's early release. The latest she could keep in jail is September 17th. Okay. So they can't keep this guy in jail for doing this stuff. She claims she was asked not to come back from maternity leave. If Madeline's parents asked me why I did this, I would say to help the truth about my own case. Was jailed for raping an American woman in 2005, 2 years before this. He's been named publicly as a prime suspect in 2020. In letters, he denied but refused. His Jaguar car's registered friend. Bombshell evidence, his obsession in snatching the young blonde girls. This lady, the fact that this lady was talking in public, someone needs to find this lady and introduce her to the wall, because that's where she deserves to go. Wow. I thought rather than let him disappear, they would charge him over the McCann case. I thought that would mean all the information would come out and prove my case against the German police. This lady's fucking delusional. And just let a pedophile, murderer, rapist out because she was upset. Why? Because somebody said something mean to her because she was fat or something? It's got to be. That's what it is. I mean, did you see what she looked like? Yeah. This is ridiculous. German prosecutors on the case declining comments. Wow. All right. Yeah, I'm going to say right now, I'm sorry, but that's the, wow. Wow. I'm not going to let that be the last, I'm not going to be the last story for the night. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I got to have something positive. I got to end on something positive. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm angry now. FPC legal update. Following the amicus brief in support of us, the federal government has asked the Seventh Circuit for approval to participate in oral arguments. That's right. That's right. That is right. Mm-hmm. The U.S. government, the federal government, Harmeet Dillon, the Civil Rights Division, has decided that they will help sue the state of Illinois for violating Illinois residents' Second Amendment rights. That's right. Upon consideration, amicus is granted. So Attorney General will be arguing at the Seventh Circuit on 9/22 that Illinois' assault weapon and magazine bans are unconstitutional. Seventh Circuit's granted a request from the government. Mark Smith of the Four Boxes Diner says A.G. Dillon will motion to argue for Seventh Circuit's Barnett case on Illinois' assault weapons and magazine ban has just been approved. She will argue for 2A rights against gun bans. That's right. No regulations. God bless Harmeet. Thank you. No problem. DOJ's civil rights decisions asked the court for permission to defend the Second Amendment. That's right. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice is defending the Second Amendment. Federal summary. Federal lawsuit challenging Illinois' assault weapon ban. Defendants. Litigation counsel. Amaland says DOJ moves to join the fight against the unconstitutional Illinois assault weapon ban. That's right. Amazing turn of events. The Department of Justice is asked to take part in the oral arguments. What night is Jim taking off? I haven't decided yet what night I'm taking off. I'll let you guys know, though. I'll post something maybe, or I'll let you know when I decide. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so they're, no, that's right. Newsmax has the story right here. DOJ joins the NRA suit against Illinois' assault weapons ban. Boom. That's right. Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice filed an amicus brief. The Second Amendment is not a second-class right. DOJ's Civil Rights Division Assistant Attorney General Henry Dillon posted on X, pinning a copy of her department's recent amicus brief. The filing would say 3 years ago, the Supreme Court issued a landmark decision meant to break the habit of developed by some states of treating the Second Amendment as a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than the others. Regrettably, not every state has got the message. Illinois outlawed some of the most commonly used rifles and magazines in the country. The DOJ centered its argument around 2 points: whether the act violates the Second Amendment, whether the act violates the Second Amendment to the extent that it bans possession of magazines. That's right. But anyway, how about the FOID card has actually been ruled unconstitutional 3 times by Illinois courts, and they keep changing it. It's going to get there's actually a current lawsuit because all that the FOID card does is infringe on lawful people's rights. That's it. The FOID card doesn't do nothing but lawful people's rights. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's been 5 hours. I hope everyone's happy that I paid them back the hour and a half or so from last night. And I'll see you guys probably Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Tuesday night. I don't know. But thank you. And come on back for Jim to tell you the news.